that way it doesn't kill you guys. It's pretty late at night, and I thought that I would do some sound design. So if anybody has any questions on anything at any point in time during the stream, or if you are a member watching this past broadcast, thank you for clicking on the video, and hopefully I will be doing some interesting stuff. So let's go ahead and hop into Faceplant, and we're gonna start throwing some things together. Yay! Click off of that. That's ready to go. Okay, everything is ready. Good, good. Hey, Asymmetrical. Good evening. Cool, designing a new patch? Yeah, I'm just doing some sound design. What are you doing different? Bringing the big 88 keyboard right into the cockpit position. I don't wish, because then I'd be tempted to buy one, but I don't have any space for a keyboard, even with an L desk. It's just, I suppose I can move some stuff, but even then I still wouldn't have the space for it. I think I'm going to introduce just a touch of noise so that way. Okay, that way we've got just a little bit to bite on. Okay, we're going to do some filtering. Maybe just a bit. Like there. That was way too far. There we go. Okay, now we do another rando on macro 1. Hi Delta, good evening. I thought that I had a bandpass maker. I guess I didn't. Oh, this might be it. No, that's not quite it. Fuck. That's okay. tweaking all the things. Just slight boosties. Okay, no. They really need to add a mix to the formant filter. Speed here, map the speed there, map the speed there. Let's grab another filter. Actually, let's do a phaser right here. So meticulous. How are you guys? Hi, Cooper. Good evening. Good evening, sir. Have you decided to give your life and all of your sine waves to the holy neuro demons? Hi, Bucksnut. I mean, I try my best. Neurodemons can have my sine waves. I'm messing with saws right now. Trust me, your saws aren't safe. I always spend like 20 minutes making neuro bases and then another hour EQing them, so you know. Why? What is the reasoning behind so much time EQing? Okay, there's a little wow thing, and I think that's from this. Do you know why? Do you want to know the secret? They're probably too loud. So instead of trying to EQ them, I guarantee if you turn them down, it'll immediately make the chances of your bass becoming usable like way higher. Scout's honor. I want to do more filtering to this. Actually, I kind of just want to see what would happen if I just do this instead. Alright, I need to back off of that delay. Wait. 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 How did I... I'm really confused, so I'm just gonna do this because this is fucking me up. I try to be all lazy and do the opposite, but that did not help me out whatsoever, so I'm just gonna reverse everything quickly. At least that's what it's supposed to do. What the fuck's going on? Okay, now it's working as intended. I was like, what the hell? Okay. We're almost there for this particular thing. Oh, well, that would explain why that's not doing what I want it to. It's because it's supposed to be doing this instead. Okay. Well, fuck. The problem is that I actually like how this sounds a lot when it's low, but when it goes higher, I don't. Okay. Interesting. Oh, that doesn't make a difference. And for me, the key to this is to try to find something that works for both the low register and the higher register. Big sound. Hi, Colette. No, I guess I'll just keep working on it. It'll be fine. Okay. Now the other thing I'm gonna do . Oh, that sounds way better now. I don't know what I did, but I did something. How does this sound not murder your CPU? Because Faceplant is incredibly efficient. I don't know if you can see that or not. Oh, right. Okay, I also forgot some stuff. Okay, hold on 1 second. Let me move all this stuff back over. Hold on. One darn tootin' second. Okay. Maybe it was because I was playing chords, but I had a pretty basic piano patch face in CPU usage. You might have had multiple generators as well, but when you're just playing a single note, it's usually no big deal. Usually NBD. What am I doing? That's what I'm doing. But I do have a pretty beastie CPU as well, so there's also that. Man, I really like this one so far. Alright. We're gonna name this patch. You're running a 3700X. Is that a graphics card or is that a computer though? I'm using an M1 Mac, so kills my god, I got lots of new better one on the way. Are you an M1 Mac user? I heard those things go crazy fast. I am an M1 Mac user, but it's the 2020 version, not the M1 Max. It's an AMD CPU. I'm not really sure where that sits on the tiers of Ryzen's, but I don't know. It could be an optimization thing as well, you know. I wish I had the answers. I'm sorry. Because I'm edgy. I don't understand where M1 sits either. Well, pretty high. But I meant as in your processor in particular. Is mid-high tier. I'm on a 2700X for now. Well, in that case, the only other thing that I could imagine is just optimization. It'd be kind of cool if we had something that kind of sizzled too, so maybe I can bring back some of the noise. Maybe not. That's more of what I'm looking for, I think. Cool. Perhaps I'd have to see what you were doing to be able to maybe give you suggestions or so. Okay, I really like this so far, but I want to see if... Yeah, okay, I have another idea that might be fun. I might add a convolution reverb because I kind of want to see if I can put in reverse sounds just to make it more interesting. that has a lot of like suction. If you know what I mean. We're going to use the mausoleum because that sounds like where dead people live. And then I suppose we might want to throw one of these in there too. Let's see what that does. I don't know, if you have like 6 generators with all unison playing cores, it's going to murder your CPU regardless. Yeah, I agree. Heh, suck. Okay, so open up the patch and see I have muted 2 octave supersaws behind a Rhodes piano. Now, I'm not going to say that's the source of your problem, but it could be. Typically, whenever I do really complex pads that have a lot of unison stacked, I can get my CPU usage can get pretty high as well. So that's probably what I would take a look at first. I had so much energy last night. I don't know what happened. Overload your CPU for extra analog warmth and crunchy and crunch. Hey there, you need crunch. We got your crunch. Let's do like 50%. That's kind of cool. Oh shit. Okay. Yes. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. Good. By the way, have you tried out Bitwig 4.1 node effect stuff already? Yes, I actually have a review on it as a full dedicated video. There's a stream on it, which I don't know if is... I don't remember if I left that as live or not, but... yeah, it's there already. Tis already uploaded and covered. The TLDR version is that I like it. I don't know if I would use it per se, but there's some really cool stuff in there. No, that was kind of cool. Yeah, and of course, if you have any specifics or specific questions or something, I'm happy to answer that. Now, I'm kind of thinking that I might want to turn this down a little bit slower. Keep this one where it's at. Any idea when the official non-beta 4.1 release is? I wish I knew. I'm sorry. I don't technically... I do content for Bitwig and Kilohearts, but I'm not employed by them, if that makes sense. So everything that I do is pretty much just like a collaboration, I would say. So I don't have an extra in or like secret knowledge of anything. Although, even if I did, I'd probably have to be under an NDA, but I can safely say that there's no NDA business going on. I just legitimately don't know. Okay, I think I want to do one more over this because I'd like to see if instead of, like, I do like those like weird sounds that are going on, but I'd like to see if instead it will kind of go into a lower register. Yeah, dude, fuck yeah, exactly. Thank you. Thank you, predictions. Thank you. Wish I'd gotten here earlier. Would have loved to see how these sounds started. This is awesome. Hi, Carl. You can. There's DVR activated, so you can just go back and watch the beginning of the stream. But I have videos on this, on how this stuff is made. Yeah, sure thing. Okay, I'm gonna have to compress this again just because, just because when this is not activated, it's doing the thing. So the trick to it is to try to get both of them to sound cool on their own, and then when they combine together, then it just creates something even better, I guess. What? Okay, so because of that, I think that I'm going to do a little boost notch here and see if I can get some interesting sweeps. That's really far. I don't want it to go that far. Okay, well, let's see what happens when we do this. And I'm probably going to set something super minor. And then we want to grab this and go here. So that way, when this macro comes off, nothing happens. When we turn this macro on, it does the thing. Are you recording all this to pull from later? Sorry if this was already answered. So, do I say your name Carrie or Kari? Or Kari? The way that I do this is my live streams are saved for archives for my members for YouTube. But whenever you come into the stream, I invite anybody and everybody to come in. Kari. Okay, thanks for correcting me. Yeah, hi Kari. Welcome to the channel. So during my live streams, it's always welcome to the public. And then for my members, I usually save it for after. And that way, yeah, I like knowing people's, or how to pronounce people's names. I probably should have also said hi to Samad. And there's also someone's name that's in Russian, I think, and I don't know how to say that. But if you want to tell me how to say that, because I can't even read it, let me know. Welcome to the channel. Yeah, Kari. I think they mean, what are you going to do with the sounds you're making? Oh, I thought they were talking about the stream. Are you recording all this to pull? Oh, thanks, Buck. No, this is just a patch. So if I were to use this in music, then yes, I would record everything in audio and then pull from as a sound design gem or a mud pipe. But right now I'm focusing on the characteristics that I'm trying to build. And I'm not really interested in what I'm doing until I get to the end result. I think you're right, Buck. So thank you for the perception. Yes to pronunciation and yes to Buck's Knott's question. So yeah, if I were to do a tune, then yeah, I would do exactly as you described. But right now I'm just designing the patch, so I'm not too worried about it. I'm kind of just trying to figure out the ins and outs and seeing what I want to do to make this part sound the coolest, if that makes sense. Okay, that's getting cooler. It does make sense, and that's cool to hear. Yeah, I am the person, or a person rather, that does pretty much, this has become the staple of my sound design. So what we have is we have a simple kind of like respace, and as you activate one macro, it begins to activate all of the filter processing, or like the Neuro stuff. And then when you activate the second macro, it becomes a generator. So a generator pretty much is just random sound that's unpredictable. So and right now what I'm focusing on is at this stage is just trying to make this by itself cool, because we essentially have 3 patches in one. Right, so we've got the normal, then we've got this macro, then we've got this macro, and eventually what happens is you combine a little bit of mix between the two of them, and you end up getting something that's even more complex than that. So I guess you could even say potentially up to 4 patches, but that's just kind of, yeah, this is kind of what I do. So maybe on that note, something that we can do is to just add in a low pass filter. A low pass filter. And kind of what I want to see here is, cool process, thanks for sharing. Yeah, of course. I have dedicated tutorials on all of this. So if you're interested in learning how to make your own, there's that. And then shameless plug, but if you look up in the top right corner on my website, I've got all of these for sale. Well, not this one in particular because I'm designing it, but I have a bunch of these patches for sale, because it is kind of an arduous process. And like once you understand it, it's not as complicated as it looks, but sometimes just getting to the point of that can be cumbersome. So I'm not trying to sell you anything, just being like, hey, this is what I got. But once you filter the sine wave, where do you put it in the track? Well, you take pieces of it and you find the best cuts. And you do stuff like this. So that's kind of where I fit that stuff in. Okay, I don't think that I want to do that whole thing. I think I want this to be more so here and less so. Maybe just one. That's really surprising that even through this, oh, okay, now it's cool. Cool. All right, that's all I had to do. So, well, now that I've done that, maybe I can reduce this back to 12, so that way it's not totally... By master, I mean get good at, not mastering. Hey dude, this is kind of off-topic question, but hi Dorcia, or is it Dorja? But as someone who is pretty deep into music production, do you think it's feasible to master and release in multiple genres? By master, I mean get good at, not mastering. I think it'd be more about bending those genres into your style. It depends. And just because... Hold on. Okay, so like, before I actually even speak, I think that it's really important to say that while I enjoy doing music and I am just as much, in fact more so, about making music as I am doing sound design. I am not somebody who's signed. I am not somebody who has, you know, released on a label or anything of the sort, so take everything I say with a grain of salt. I will say that for me personally in my journey, I've got multiple aliases for different genres, but I also agree with Delta Rose in that you can pull from individual styles of music or individual, let's just say, attributes of music instead of genres that you can incorporate. The key to it is whether or not you choose to cultivate an imagination with those sounds as opposed to, well, I'm going to do this genre. Because I think that when you say that, when I'm going to do this genre, I'm going to do this genre, you immediately dismiss everything that's not related to that specific sound set. And I think that it's a trick to putting you into this position to where you feel like you have to learn something completely new again, but really it's just understanding. It's almost like a very similar jigsaw puzzle, except the individual pieces are different, but it's still a jigsaw puzzle, right? As opposed to you're doing a jigsaw puzzle versus a Rubik's Cube. And I don't know how well that analogy fits for you, but it's kind of the way that I understand it. So, you know, kind of take with it what you will, but yeah, that's kind of how I see things. Holy shit, I just realized something, by the way. Something new that I might not have tried, but why have I never done this? No, that was really well explained. Thanks for your insights. Yeah, I think that if you are interested in something, right? Like, I think that if you're interested in going a different direction, or let's say you've been doing the same thing for so long, then I don't think that it's a bad thing to expand your horizons and see what other, you know, what other styles of music have to offer. But kind of, again, building off of what Delta Rose said, you know, if you have this core about knowing about who you are, it's about how do you first of all, you have to become yourself. And once you've done that, then you figure out how to bring yourself out of these other things that you choose to do. It's something that we say in all of the other skills that I've cultivated, martial arts including, is it's the difference between doing and being. If you choose to make another genre for the sake of making another genre, then you are doing something. But if you know yourself really well, then you have the ability to inject what makes you unique into another style of music. To me, that would be the preference that I have. It is just a philosophy. It's not a right or wrong, but that's how I would particularly try to do something of that nature. Can you make disperser follow pitch with faceplant? You can. We'll put, no matter what your personality and taste is going to be in everything you make, the world doesn't need another whoever, but it does need you and your take on things. Yeah, I agree. With Kari. I would like to see a wave shaper beyond anything. I already know what's coming in the new update. That I know that I was talking about NDA stuff, but I guess I lied, because I know what's coming in the new iteration, which I'm very excited for. That actually covers a lot of things that I have on the wish list. But I would like to see a vocoder. That would be cool, and maybe a wave shaper. And then I think as far as the generative stuff, the biggest thing that I would like to see is a granular sampler. A lot of people want an additive engine, but I know that could be cool, but it's not really of my personal main priorities. But I would love to be doing this stuff that I'm doing right now, but with a granular synth. So you can still do that with, like Bitwig sampler or something, right, with snap heap and multipass. But just for the sake of staying within this that I'm working in, that's what my preference would be. I wish there were better modulation options in Faceplant. What? What do you mean? I feel like the modulation is what makes Faceplant like one of the best synths. Well, I'm very biased, but the LFOs are too minimal and too finicky. I don't know if I agree with that, but okay. Well, assuming that that's a majority rule, I know that it doesn't behave like Serum, but what would you like? How would you want it to be different? And the only thing that you can't say that's not fair, that I'm not going to allow, is you can't double click in order to create a point or a curve, because I've already addressed that and I've already talked to the devs about it, and they're not going to change it. So we're going to have to think of something different. Am I using the grid much? I recently put out a music video or a music visualizer of a Metroid fan music, and about half of that was made with the grid, because it's actually a generative patch, and I did a couple of things and recorded it out. But yes, I do use the grid here and there, but I don't do it for stuff like this anymore, just because it's just not quite as efficient as doing something like this. And the other thing is that when I do stuff like this, there's multiple benefits that I get from this, because I get the overall patch, plus I get a multipass patch, plus I get a snap heap patch. And then I can either use that to distribute to my friends or collaborators, or put it out for sample packs, or preset packs for sale. Whereas if I do something in the grid, if it was more like Vital, it'd be better. Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think that Vital has a step sequencer either. You can modulate with the DAW. Yeah, and actually you can use the LFO as a step sequencer, which I've done. I don't remember which patch it was, but I have a video on, actually wait, I have a tutorial on how to, yeah, I've got a tutorial on how to use an LFO as a step sequencer. It does require a little bit of planning, but yeah, you can definitely do that. Well, this turned out to be sick. So not used to using faceplant, but knowing in random effects everywhere, or throwing in random effects everywhere is fun. So throaty. I love it. Thank you. I need to save this one. And we'll just call it Pentagram Multipass. And then we'll call this one Pentagram SH for snap heap. Dope. We did it. I'm very pleased with this patch. I made a couple of ones that didn't sound so good, but so I know that Vital has random and I know that it has MPE. MPE has already been confirmed to be coming out in the next update, and so has remapping. Is more versatile. It has random and stereo. You also have stereoization with a lot of stuff. Yeah, it's coming. Just be, well, I would say try to just be a little bit more patient. It's coming. There's some really, really amazing things coming. I think that, you know, it's also fine for, I guess, I don't know. It's a preference thing for sure. So I'll stop talking on that aspect. But for me, faceplant just has so many things going for it already, even though it doesn't have MPE yet or whatever. But depending on what you want MPE for, the reason why these are categorized as MPE is because if you have something like Bitwig and you map the expression to macros, then you can technically use not MPE, but you can use monophonic multi-monophonic expression. Sorry, I had to think about that for a second. So if I push, like, I don't have an MPE controller plugged in right now, but technically if I were to push one note, then the pressure would control this knob and then the slide would control this knob. So that way, instead of having to turn these knobs myself, I can get a much more expressive performance just with a single note, if that makes sense. So somebody was like really adamant about correcting me and being like, it's not real MPE. And I'm like, okay, yeah, you're right. You can't do it on multiple keys or whatever, but it's still not that far off. And I think that more and more DAWs, depending on where you're from, are starting to support that. If anybody uses FL Studio, have they adopted MPE in their DAW yet? But yeah, I mean, as far as me and a sound designer, like, this is pretty much what I do. Like, every sound that I have or that I make that's regarding bass is something like that. So and I mean, I've got a ton of these, and then I've got some other ones that aren't actually labeled as MPE, but yeah. So what's your tutorial on this technique called? It's called A Comprehensive Guide to Neuro Bass 3. And there's a movie version that's about 3.5 hours. So it's kind of, I guess, what you can consider to be a masterclass. And then there's also episodes, which is the same thing, just broken up into different components. But I take you through designing a simple patch and adding simple movement to building an effect rack to building a generative effect rack, figuring out how to put it all together, then how to apply it in a song, or understanding different strategies to apply that stuff. Hey Greedo, good morning. So everything that you guys want to know, I most likely have a video on. I don't gatekeep information unless if it's something that was not, unless if it was something that was taught to me by someone else. Everything that I know how to do is on the internet. Good morning, Alckemy. But yeah, as you can hear, you know, pretty much every patch that I do is along these lines, but yeah. Does anybody actually have any questions on any kind of sound design stuff? I wanted to make sure that I got a patch done today, but I'm going to check that out. Thanks for the wisdom. Yeah, for sure. I don't know where you are in your sound design journey, but it seems like you have, you know, some experience and some knowledge. But the videos are long, but I have a comprehensive guide to Neuro season 1, season 2, and season 3. And they're all pretty lengthy videos, but they kind of talk about different strategies towards creating complex movement with bass. So for whatever skill level you are, there's something for everybody. I would say that the latest edition of episode 3 is probably the most advanced, because that's kind of a culmination of everything that I've learned about bass design. But yeah, I don't know, take your pick. If you do watch it though, and you don't mind, please do me a favor and like the video and leave a comment. I've been grinding as hard as I can to get to 10,000 subscribers, and it's definitely been a battle, if it's not too much to ask. I'm just most curious about how to incorporate weird sounds into my track in a way that will make people dance. Nice, I'm going to go deep into those things, man. Guide to Neuro 1 was literally the first production video I ever watched. Oh, wow, really? That's crazy. Sorry, Chris, I didn't ignore you. I don't know, my eyes went to the other things first. So any thoughts, tips on phase plans, wavetable editor, the harmonic window specifically? All right, so we can take a look at it together if you're willing. I don't usually use, like, the way that I do wavetables is very different. And by different, I mean very lazy. But if you want to talk about harmonics, right, understanding harmonics in general, the lower harmonics are, well, honestly, pretty much lower frequency based, and the upper harmonics are higher frequency based. And right here, this is non-linear. Oh no, never mind. This is talking about harmonics, not necessarily frequency. But right here, if you're wanting to do like vocal bass or like neuro stuff, this is where you want to pay the most attention to. Make sure that your sub is there. And the reason why is because if we kind of draw some stuff, right? So let's just listen to a sine wave. Do you spend time dissecting patches made by others? I used to. Actually, it wasn't that. What I do instead is people would send me their patches, and then they would make a donation, and then I would improve their patches. But I'm not asking anybody to do that right now. I find that if it's purely for the sake of learning, then I can probably just explain it without a patch. So that's always there. But if you take a listen to this, obviously if you edit this stuff, for some reason that's not doing what I want it to, but you can still see, for whatever fucking reason, that's supposed to be super noisy. I'm not sure why that's doing that. But in general, whenever I'm designing patches, or if I were to design a wavetable, I would start with a sine wave, and then I'd do something like this. Oh, there we go. But you can start to see here that all of this stuff over this is already starting to kind of give you that lower vocal tonality. And really what you want to do is take a look at this, and you want to amalgamate the initial shape, but you don't want to destroy it like this, because that's when you get into no-go territory, which you can definitely chisel it away kind of like this if you want to, and maybe do something kind of like that. Kind of get rid of the end of that, because that's what you're going to catch whenever the phase gets there. But once you have something that's kind of decent, then for me, what I would focus on is using this stuff to try to, I guess, add effects, as opposed to trying to do this stuff by hand. And that's exactly why this is made, is in order to make this a little bit easier, right? But if we were to add just a bit of distortion to this and maybe not so much drive, then that's an excellent place to start. And now that we have something like this, it's all the same wavetable pretty much, right? Hey, good morning, Matt. Then what we can do is we can take this and blend this here, so that way that's already there. And now we've got a wavetable that morphs more closely towards something, if that makes sense. And now that we have something like that, then what we can do next is go into a filter and do something more. Oh damn, I definitely need to experiment with the effects. Yeah, I agree. I would highly recommend it. But what we can also do is come into here and do some filtering. So if we start from here and we do this, then what we want to do is actually, hold on, we want to go to frame 1 like this. And then whenever we move this over, I fucked up, but we actually want to do something like this. So now, in theory, whenever we move this, it should be moving together with it. And I keep fucking up how I want to actually do this. But pretty much what you're trying to do is you can change this across. So once we have that, come on, hold on one second, sorry. Then we go to frame this one and we drag that up. And now that should work. Okay, I'm doing something wrong. And again, I apologize. I haven't done this in a while. But in theory, what the fuck? Okay. Is this the one I want? I think so. You want one of these. Oh, these are keyframes. Okay. All right. There we go. All right, let's add another keyframe over here. My bad. All right, so you set little keyframes right here. I get the idea. That would definitely help. Thank you very much. Yeah, and so now what you have is a sweeping, let's move this over here, a sweeping notch filter across the wavetable spectrum. So now from all that stuff, whatever, you've got and then you pretty much just keep doing stuff to this. Maybe you can normalize the global frame peak. No, I didn't want to do that. You can normalize the global peaks. No, I didn't want to do that either. Sorry, I didn't see RMS. That was the first one. So you want to normalize the RMS. Why did that do that? I don't know. Whatever. And then you can process it again or do more stuff to it. Let's do saturate. Same thing. Right here. Create a keyframe. Set that there. Then just create another keyframe. Move that up. And there you have it. And what you can also do, are you broadcasting in 140p or is that just your, I think that's just your phone. Yeah, because it says that I'm broadcasting in 1080. So that's not me, brother. or person. Sorry, I shouldn't assume that you're a man. Yeah, so that would be my advice on how to create interesting wavetables. So my cheat sheet though is like I do all that stuff that I just described, but I don't like to do it with harmonics because, well, it takes too much time. So what I like to do instead is create from a sample, and I go into a free sample pack that I have on my website called Aberrant Mech. It's on alckemy.com. You do have to sign up for a newsletter that I never use, so you're pretty much signing up for nothing. But if you do, then you get access to hold on, let me find it. Name to stuff like this. Sorry, that was really loud. Cool, so I actually like that, and I'm going to use this one right here. No. Fuck, it crashed. Okay, so I haven't been doing this with wavetables lately because Bitwig is not playing nice with kilohearts in that way. But yeah, that's what I would do, and then I'd make a wavetable out of that. But really, for the most part, like most of the stuff that I do is just with sine waves, and then I shape through, or sine waves or saw waves or squares, and I just shape through distortion. Even in the last patch that I did, what was that patch called? Pentagram. I'm gonna favorite that one because I like it. But if we take all this other stuff away that I was doing, so all of this, and turn this off too, and we kind of retrace our steps. So if we start from here, we just have a sine wave, and it's detuned, and then a little bit of noise, distortion, and you can see here that I'm already starting to randomize the bias, which controls the curve of what's being affected. So where along this, as you'll see, hold on, let me turn this on, you'll see what I mean. You see how that is affecting where the curve is, and it helps shape the loud and quiet parts of the sound. So if you were to combine that with filtering and then stack a couple of distortions on here and do the same thing with bias, and then do, I guess, another source of filtering or something, then you're already getting some complex movement. And if you add a little bit of harmonics through that, through something like FM or AM, as you can see here, then you end up getting something like this. Yes, I do. Eternum and Eternum 2 are pretty much all of these patches with the multipass and snap heat patches included. And what they're designed, I'll show you in just a second, but what they're designed to do is to be able to put sounds together like Legos. So that way you can mix and match. And I'll show you how that works in just a second, but hold on, give me a sec. So when you have stuff like that, then suddenly you've got a pretty complex sounding bass with not a lot of effort. And then you can rely on the modulators, regardless if it's an LFO or a randomizer, to give you a strong characteristic or a strong fundamental. And then you can add a note to the detuning. Actually, you don't even, yeah, I add a note to the speed of the randoms, so that way they follow the pitch. So that way you still have the quote unquote like sampler feel, because if you were to turn this off, then the modulation speed would stay the same. You can see that these are still moving at the same speed even though there's that, but if you turn these on, then you'll see that as the pitch goes up, these are going to move faster. Which sounds kind of funny, but yeah. So that's how all that stuff works. And you go back and turn all this other stuff on, and then you do it with a complex rack like this, which it's not that complex, but it's something, but we have a problem because that didn't save. So what the hell happened? Oh, I know what happened. Hopefully I can go back and retrace these steps. Well, that sucks. But it's okay because I'm smart. This is why I saved these. So I actually lost that patch, but I also didn't because I saved them. And this is why I do that. Assuming that this does not crash on me. You can rewatch the stream. It's still not going to come out the same, but that's okay. Dude, you got to help me out here. Okay, so those are mapped. So in regards to this whole thing, as opposed to having to redesign this entire thing again, I can do exactly what I had done before, kind of like so. And what was this one? What was macro 3? What is this? I don't remember. But you can turn that on, and now it does the thing. And then we can just redesign this again to random. And then we also had one that was kind of mixing between the two, except it was another one now that I'm retracing my steps. So it's kind of just doing something along that line, kind of like so. Now this one is going to go to here, that I think was just 12 or so. Then we are going to map this one to here. That's fine. Then we need an envelope. At this point, I've done this so many times that it's just kind of like whatever. Doesn't need to be perfect. I think that was actually at like 18. Something like that. Cool. Now we turn that on. There was a little bit of compression going on for that. A little bit of boosty here. Now, it's not quite the same, but I'm okay with it because it's still super similar. but that's kind of, you're about to crash on me. Bruh. Let's try that one more time. Okay, let's overwrite that. And fuck, I'm gonna overwrite it again, but we're gonna call this Neuro. Sure, I don't even care. Generator. So, yeah, that's kind of. All right, so let me pull this up really quick just to kind of show you guys where to go if anybody's interested. If you go to alckemy.com and you go to the store, why is it called Neurobase? It's just a coin, or it's just something that Cursa started calling it. So if you go here, then you've got the collection, you've got Eternum, and you've got Eternum 1, and I would say that these all have the collection of a bunch of different bases, that just like how I just designed. But the cool thing about this is that if you were to pull up any patch, and you can do this from scratch as well, but I'm just going to do it this way because it's already kind of set up. But if you go into, wait, let me fucking I'm very paranoid now. Did I double check and make sure that this is all? Did I save everything? And did I add? I did. Okay. All right. Everything is there pretty much. It was just, all right, we're okay. Never mind. We're fine. So if I go in here and I pull up a different MPE patch, doesn't matter what it is. Let's do Ghastly Whispers. Well, you can see here that these are all kind of designed in a similar ecosystem. Neuro, generator, speed, schmoove. So we've got this fundamental here, which sounds like this. Sorry, that was loud. So now that I have something kind of like that, make sure that this is available in the window and try to get chat out of the way for you. Then what I can do is I can come into this and I can just change the rack. So I can do this one. Oh wait, hold on. Let me retrace my steps. Let's go back. So let's say I'm focusing on building I'm adding the Neuro rack now. I can come into something like this. All right, well that's cool. So let's try this one now. Okay, well let's try this one. All right, well let's try this one. Okay, how about this one? Great, so I'm happy with that one. Now I can turn that one off. Let's turn this one on. And we can come into this and be like, okay, what do I want to do with this one? Where this is more complex than it looks. So yeah, it's a mix and a mix. And so what I've done on this one is set the mix between these two to be half and half. So as the macro goes this way, it activates this one. As the macro goes the other way, it goes this way. But because there's no mix on Snap Heap, you have to do it this way. So that way it actually has an overarching mix. So you have to put a Snap Heap in a Snap Heap in order to be able to control the mix in that way. It's really tedious, but it works. So, but now that I've got something like that, I can just pull up something like this maybe. And now, wait, I forgot. I'm getting ahead of myself. But we've got this generator. Okay. And now I can try a different generator. I don't remember what I just pulled up, but I think it was Coffin Creature. So now we can try this set of effects. Now, I don't think or I'm suspecting that snap heap macro 2. Okay, so this is also not mapped, so there is a little bit of like kind of thought that you have to put into that. But now that we have that, well, sick. I just made a new preset. And now I can save this as, you know, Ghastly Whispers 2. Great. Okay, cool. So now I can go into a different one. Like, let's do... I don't want to be too picky, but we could do Anti-Hero because it's the first one that I saw. So we've got this bass now. And it sounds like this. Lots of mids. It's a little heavy there, but that's okay. Then we can do the generator. So, same deal. We can come into this. Oh, that's a little different. That's fine though. Oh, I did this differently. Interesting. What did I do? That's fine. Okay. So, hold on, I'm just confirming. All right. So, yeah, this is strictly just from outside effects. That's why that works that way. So, if you take a look here, then you can see that there's that. And I'm pretty sure that, okay, yeah. So, if you were to pull that off, it would. Now, if I were to go here and replace the generator, then we can just pick pretty much anything that I have, or you can pick anything else too, right? Like any of this stuff as well, because some of this stuff is interesting as well. You can do X Parappa the Rapper. Leave me alone, okay? So we've got a whole nother suite of effects, and we can just kind of see what that's going to do. Or we can try this one, see what that does. I'm still live, right? I'm just asking because I haven't heard or seen anybody chat, so okay. Well, I know what my next paycheck is going towards. So yeah, I mean, for me, my thing is, hey Django, how are you? My thing with this is like, I'm trying to help people like get past all of the frustrations and you is alive. I be living through the streaming. Yeah, but help people get past like some of the sound design barriers that a lot of people run into. But my thing is like, I hate when like, have you guys ever purchased a preset pack and it's got like maybe 2 or 3 bomb ass presets and then it's got a bunch of shit that sucks, but it's always labeled as like, this is the infinite possibilities and you know, you could do all the things. And I really wanted to be like, I'm not trying to shit on anybody by any means, but I really wanted to like flesh out the idea that with this device system or with this ecosystem that I've created, you literally can get so much cool shit without having to go very far. contextualizing is another thing, but if you need effects, if you need, you know, interesting stuff, like it's not the way, it's not the only way, it's not even necessarily the best way, but it is a very efficient way to do sound design, in my opinion. I always try to change things in all the presets I get because I always feel like I'm cheating when I use them. You know, I wouldn't feel like you were, though, right? Because and you know what? I'm glad that you said that, because that actually brings up another good point. Because all of this stuff is randomized, you're never going to get the same thing twice, which is a blessing and a curse, but more of a blessing in my opinion, because all of these have characteristics of sounds, right? So they have like a particular voice, I think would be the right way to say that. But the words that they say are never repeated. And so will always be a uniqueness to every patch that you either make or that you download. And I'm just now starting to see people make tutorials based off of this same idea. Although, with all due respect, I don't feel like they get it. And I'm not really trying to tell them that, you know, I'm not really trying to tell them that or put them down or put anybody to shame. But it is nice to see that more people are starting to look in this direction, just because I would like sound design to continue to evolve in this way, right? Because I think that it holds a lot of potential if you are into the experimental or you're into the heavy sound genre. It's kind of why I asked about Snap Heap and Multipass too, because then I can make my own generators and run through the cool filters. Yeah, exactly. You know, you can spend all of your time. And the way that this cultivated, or the way that like I found this for myself, was I started doing Neuro basses, which was like really simple shit. Not really simple, but sorry about that. Was more simple stuff. So something kind of like this, to where it's still a Neuro bass, but you can see here that it doesn't quite have all of the, well, yeah, it's not nearly as intricate. And then I started doing generators. Hold on one second. That was just the first one that popped in my head. But the whole entire patch is just one thing. It's just a generator, right? But then I was like, wait, an update came out recently where you can have both multipass in multipass in Snap Heap XYZ in Faceplant, because before you couldn't do that. Like the earlier iterations of Faceplant, you couldn't have Snap Heap and multipass within each other, and then they came out, I think it was the 1.8 update, and they were like, hey everybody, we just allowed you to do this. And I was like, oh my gosh, holy cow, this is amazing. So because of that, I was able to kind of figure some really cool stuff out. And, you know, I'm not trying to say that I created something original, but I definitely saw an opportunity for this idea of being able to combine multiple patches into one to create like a super patch, right? eFly, I'm not sure if I said hello to you or not. If I haven't, hello. I don't know if you're still here, but hello. I hope you're well. So that's kind of where I'm at on that. Hey brother, hope you're well. Cheers, mate. So yeah, and there's lots of other things that I've kind of been looking at too, and that's really like, I really think that if you are new to sound design, that Faceplant is one of the best teachers, because you can literally like, I'm about to release my vinyl. Oh, that's awesome, man. You can literally take any of these, and the accessibility is so streamlined that you can be like, all right, well, what does it sound like when I put, okay, what's a bit crush? And I can just take this and be like, all right, well, this is what a bit crush sounds like. Oh, okay. It's also got tips right here at the bottom. So adjust the dry limit for the quantization part of the algorithm. All right, that's not quite as descriptive, unfortunately, but all right, that doesn't do anything noticeable. But you can at least learn this to get somewhat of an idea about what each effect does. Right? Then you can be like, all right, well, shit, what is this? Oh, what? Oh, okay. And if you're familiar with sound design, well, I just heard something. So, oh, okay. Well, this just made this sound more like a square. So what happens if I start borrowing this? Okay, what happens if I start doing this? All right, now what happens if I do something kind of crazy? Hold on one second. Sorry, but I start doing something like this. Oh, so the only reason why that's happening is because it's pushing the limiter. So what happens if I do this and then throw another limiter on here? Okay, now what happens if I do this? Oh, interesting. Okay, well, what happens if I do this? All right. You get what I'm saying, though? Like, this kind of leads into what I'm talking about with the idea about how to just explore. Use distortion snap-in at 0 dB and tweak the dynamics to get a clipper in kilohearts environment. Yeah. You can also actually use the transient shaper as a clipper, too. Hi, Dash. Sorry. So... Now, the only reason why this sounds absolutely insane is because of all this other shit that I'm pushing through, but there we go. Yeah, true. I always forgot about that one. And I would say that the transient shaper is a soft clipper, and then if you want to do actual hard clipping, you can just use the hard clip and then put a limiter on there. But okay, so that's not really doing what I want it to. So if we were to take a distortion and put it after the chain now. Interesting. Okay, so now if you were to start doing stuff like this. Okay, cool. So now if you start doing something like this, get back to Psytrance, you filthy traitor. Hi, Bappin. Why are you calling him a traitor? He makes really good music. Okay, so now if you were to take something like this, I'm pretty sure that I've already made my point beyond, but it's just the idea about how easy it is to explore with effects and stuff within within this plugin, and that's why I like it so much. Is just because it's so interesting and offers so much variety. It keeps giving back. No, I figured. I was just it was my initial, like, not knee-jerk reaction, but just my initial response. All right, so then you go in and you add something like your Neuro processor, or fuck it, let's do something completely different. And we just made some weird shit. I think I'm going to put this before the filter, though. Cool, so if we wanted to make that a generator, then we could do pretty much, well, maybe not that far. We can pretty much do something like that, and then we can set this to, like, maybe not totally step mode, but not so smooth either, and set the jitter up. I mean, yeah, so I don't know, like, it's that's why this is just so fun, because like I said, I could just put some shit together and figure out a way to make it sound cool. And I think really it's just because I like the kind of sounds that that faceplant breaks. And that might be a personal thing that you have to figure out for yourself if, you know, that's something that works for you, but hey, not. Sorry, I'm so sorry. How could I forget the cowbell? That's just terrible. It's an awful thing. I'm such a bad person. There we go. Wait. There you go. Oh, you guys. It's for a demon cow. Filth donking. Kind of sounds like thunder. Anywho. Yeah, so how often do I use the sampler for respaces? It depends. Sometimes I'll actually make like an actual bass, and then I'll make a bass and then I'll bounce it here and then drag it back in the sampler because it's still going to give a different characteristic. There's been a couple instances that I did that. I think I did that on Stalking Ghosts. Stalking Ghost. Oh, Stalker. Yeah, so I made this. Make sure everything's off. And then I just bounce that out and then I put it to this because obviously like having it in a sampler is going to make it sound different. You can see here that I've got different placements of this. And then, you know, when you add in the other stuff, then it gives you kind of a different texture, I guess. Versus so I mean, I don't know if you could tell or not, but there is a big difference between the two. And something else that you can even try is once you have something like this set up, you can duplicate this and you can offset this by like this much just to get a phasing. So and what you can also do is offset this just a bit to make it tear. So there's a lot of different like things that you can do with that. It's just a matter of like knowing those tricks, right? And having the wherewithal of like understanding that the difference between a generator and a sampler like have different characteristics, and then knowing what you want to go for. Thinking about it, the way you set up your multipass and snap heaps is kind of like modular, no? Yeah, exactly. It is it's semi-modular. But I didn't make that up, because Faceplant was always advertised as a semi-modular synthesizer. It's just that the process has been extremely streamlined. And so for me, I was just kind of like, well, this makes sense because I'm doing this and now I'm doing this, and then this is how we can combine the two in order to kind of make that kind of stuff. Yeah, and like for me personally, like I would say that my sound design expertise lies mostly in just creating monsters. That's what I enjoy doing the most. Here I am looking at like 10K modular tracks when I already have Faceplant. Well, you know, to be fair, like modular has a whole different thing, right? Shake my head. It's different because, yeah, you know, like to be honest, like I was watching Dash Glitch's stream a couple days ago, which you guys should all go subscribe to him if you're not already. And I had a really good time just watching him work the modular stuff because there's a physical aspect to it, right? Modular is mostly for getting rid of spare cache. That is why I have nothing modular, is because I never have spare cache. Go buy my preset packs, then I'll buy a modular thing. No, I'm joking. But yeah, you know, I was watching Dash, and you know, his music is very different than mine, but at the same time I had a great time just watching him do stuff together, and there was this very kind of like tactile feel, and that's, I think, the key word to it is the tactile aspect to it. But as far as obtaining sound, as being a sound designer, for me, I'm always looking for the most efficient way to do things, because in my mind, the way that I perceive technology is that the more advanced technology gets, it makes problems that were difficult easier to solve, so that way we can tackle more complex problems, right? Show Russia Neuro base with pleasure. No, yeah. So that's kind of where I'm at with things, and that's why I tend to lean towards Faceplant, is because for the stuff that I like to do, it is the most efficient tool, in my opinion. Modular is fun as fuck, but not very productive unless perhaps you're slow evolving techno vibe. So I was watching somebody. Synths out to physical effects. Yeah, that sounds like fun, right? Or maybe like you can hardwire your stuff out to a physical synth or like a physical effect processor, and, you know, like run it through and twist knobs on your own, and then record or send that back into your DAW and then record stuff like that. And I think that's a great way to do that stuff. Hi, Andre. But the thing with it is, like I said, you know, I try to be efficient with the way that I do things, and because I don't want to spend, to be honest, guys, like I don't want to spend a bunch of time sound designing. I want to spend time getting the tools that I need and then using those tools to make music. But yeah, oh, sorry. I was watching a stream and they literally did an AFK hardware generative live stream for 3 hours, and it got 300,000 views. And I was just like, what the fuck? I mean, kudos to that streamer, but at the same time, it was just like, huh? How? I don't understand. So, I don't know. It's insane. Yeah, State Azure, or Azure, but and good on them and good on them, right? Because I'm not here to hate by any means, but I'm really surprised by that. Yeah, but it probably didn't have one drop or anything approaching tension and release. No, it was just because gear point. Sound design sucks you in. How do you balance making music and sound design? That is a really good question. And for anybody that wants to know that, please pay very close attention, because I'm going to give you the best advice that I could possibly give you. If you get stuck in getting really good at sound design, but it doesn't apply to your music, then what you need to do is stop doing both for just a little while, like not a long time. And instead you need to put yourself into a position to where you turn everything off, unless if you have tinnitus like I do, but where you turn everything off and you start imagining the sounds you make in tunes, in music. Because in order for you to be able to apply with purpose the sounds that you make, especially if you're doing stuff like this, you have to build an imagination around those sounds. Now, there is a possibility. Will there still be your streams? Like, am I going to continue streaming, or what do you mean by that? State Azure is making space files all of his stuff, but it's not really the music I want to make. Yeah, I understand that. But yeah, it's you have to be able to cultivate an imagination around the sounds that you make, because otherwise you're just going to be relying on chance of like, I'm just going to make a beat and I'm going to try to put this here and hopefully it works. And a lot of times it doesn't. At least in my experience, making a neuro bass like this and then taking a cut and being like, all right, kick snare pattern, whatever, it becomes really predictable. It becomes really generic, and there's zero authenticity to it. For me personally, I'm not saying for you guys. If you know how to make that shit work, then by all means, buy the sample preset pack, what the fuck ever, and make the best music you can. Send it to me, because I want to see what you guys are doing with my shit. But more importantly, if you're anything like me, I started, for this particular kind of stuff, I started thinking about like what these phrases were that I was actually attracted to. And a lot of times they're not really bound by specific tempos or specific rhythms or specific beats. So for me in personalization, like I have to, there is. And so for me, like when I'm designing sounds and stuff, right? Or like, let's say like I start thinking about planning a track, I try to have a story, and I try to think about what, if I were to narrate that story through sound, what would that sound like? And that's why I make really weird stuff now, but it's not because I'm just trying to be super edgelord or whatever. It's because I'm trying to understand how my own brain works and how my own imagination works, and be able to apply this stuff into that, because that's always been the goal, right? I spend all this time doing sound design. Well, if I'm not making any music with it, then what the fuck am I doing? I've made a few dollars doing it, but I could just as easily be, I don't know, teaching or doing something else. So there has to be value in it. So for me personally, it's always been about the music. And for me, I'm just continuing trying to cultivate, trying to refine, trying to understand my own imagination, my own brain. Opio says that he imagines full tracks in his head before he even starts writing them. Fucking wild. I'd love to be able to do that. You can do that, but it is called audiating. And that's you closing your eyes, imagining something in your head, and actively being able to notate as many instruments as possible. But the problem with audiating as it's taught in classical music is that it teaches you to cultivate an imagination around melody, around harmony, right? Which, when you have an imagination around that, it's very traditional in that sense. So what you have to do is you have to teach yourself to audiate with typical sounds that you make, or typical rhythms that you make. Yeah, I think that would I think it would help to have a musicianship background and starting to learn drums for that. It depends on what kind of music you want to make. I really want to try a ton of different things, and I feel like I might be trying too many things to be able to narrow a unique kind of style. So as far as you being a producer, my opinion would be write down all the things that you like about music or that you want to incorporate within Delta Rose, assuming that's your, like, let's just pretend that's your producer name, right? I don't know if it is or not, but just pretend, like, what is it? If Delta Rose was at their peak, what kind of music would they make, right? Would it be insane neuro color, super hyper but deep ambient, fucking drum and dub, dip and stick, whatever? Or would it be catered towards maybe having, like, a couple of those elements, but then leaving interpretation open to that maybe uniqueness that hasn't been discovered? So my challenge to you and anybody else that's developing their artistry, and I've got not podcasts, but I've got vodcasts over this kind of stuff, talking about things in the philosophical way. But my challenge to you is to take an awareness journey and start writing shit down and be like, okay, I've got a couple of producer names. I'm going by .ALUCARD right now for these projects that I'm doing with these weird ass sounds. So what does it mean to be, what does it mean to be ALUCARD? Okay, well, where did it come from? Well, I like horror themed things, right? Alucard backwards is Dracula, or if you play Castlevania, then it's, Dracula's son, XYZ, whatever. So what is it about that aesthetic that I like? What is it that I want to pull from? And the thing that always fascinated me the most was the mythical creatures and the lore that comes with it. And then when I start thinking about that stuff, I start thinking about how can I cater stories, or how can I cater narratives that feature things like this? So as opposed to me just creating a halftime beat where it's just like, right? I'm actually starting to think about a physical happening, or maybe a metaphysical happening, where something is present and they're experiencing something. And the beauty behind that, at least for me, is that it doesn't necessarily become about the music anymore. It's not bound to a grid. It's not bound to the rhythm. Like whenever I'm speaking right now, there is a rhythm to it, but it's not a time signature, right? There's a cadence to it. And for me, the kind of music that I've been making lately is understanding the cadence behind these natural rhythms and trying to create something that still has a flow to it that seems natural but isn't bound by, a kick snare pattern. Or maybe there's elements of that where it has a kick snare pattern, but it has the freedom to quickly change into something else. But the reason why I'm doing that is because of A, my influences, and B, because it's been a way that I can figure out how to incorporate these kinds of things. Bro, your patches are totally mythical creatures. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. But I would agree, and that's the sense of, like, that's what I'm trying to do. Do I use the Euclidean rhythms at all? No, and I should use them more. To be honest, but I don't. With some of the new Bitwig tools that have come out that actually cater towards the Euclidean stuff, and then Falcon also came out with some stuff that has Euclidean sequencers, I think that that's something that I always keep in the back of my head, but I try to think about what kind of things I can apply those rhythms to, what kind of sound families, I guess, if that makes sense. To me, if I think of rhythm, the first thing that comes to mind is drums. But I guess kind of like the thing that I've gotten into myself is understanding, like, creating big and small spaces to create contrast as my main call and responses. So I think about how do I create something small and then make it big, and then make it small and then make it big, and create this very transit type of tune. It's really just swell and impact music. Shit like that. At least that's where, like, I find at some point in all, that's where I find myself being at my meta, just stuff like that. In other words, I listen to too much Audica. Too much Audica, too much Elon Moore, too much Frequent, stuff like that. But I love that kind of stuff. I love experimenting and trying to just take a road that hasn't necessarily been walked before, I'm not saying that I'm doing something original by any means, but for me, it's something that I'm challenging myself to think differently for, right? And what's really amazing to me is that I have so much respect for somebody like, like Dash Glitch or anybody else that creates more conventional music. And by conventional music, I mean something that's more quantized in the electric world, specifically quantized more in the electric world. So if you're able to take a genre like trance or, or house or techno or even hip hop, and you can use those well-established things to create something original, but also like flesh it out, I have a ton of respect for that, because I'm actually unable to do that. Because whenever I try to make stuff like that, it comes off as, in my opinion, to me, I feel like it's unauthentic. It feels like I'm trying to do something. Otherwise, I would be making halftime bangers, and this would be a halftime channel or a drum and bass channel, which it started off with the intention of that, but it became something else. Sorry, I need a breather because I've been just yapping. Apologies for the yap. Does anybody have any other questions or production questions? Sorry, but no backflips or no double corks at 5 in the morning. No flip requests at this point in time. I gotta run. See you soon. See you, Dash. Thanks for coming in. It's always good to see you. What's the best way to sync two DAWs, Reaper and Bitwig? I think the best way to sync those together is to understand what the strengths and weaknesses between the two are, and see what workflows they both cater to, and see how you can optimize those specific workflows to share in between, right? So let's say, and this is hypothetical, but let's say, like, I would definitely argue that Bitwig is the best sound design DAW out there. Fight me. It's a fact, right? Between the modulators, between the way that you can split effects, between the grids, whatever, Bitwig is the best DAW for sound design. So let's say you do all your sound design in Bitwig. Well, maybe it doesn't have the best mixing tools, so then you stem everything out and then you bring it over to Reaper. That would make sense. Or maybe there's a particular kind of sequence that you like to do in Reaper, so you borrow a sound from Bitwig. Or maybe it's the opposite. Maybe you think that for whatever reason that Bitwig has the best mastering tools of anything that you've ever used because you like the characteristic of it. It's figuring out how to break down your workflow of what it takes to make an individual song and delegating those specific tasks into those respective DAWs. And it doesn't have to be I do this and then I do this. It could be a little bit of this, a little bit of this, a little bit of this, a little bit of this. It's just a matter of putting in the time to understand where you can bring out the most of those. I had a friend do a flip request on stream, and he did like 10 and got a concussion. No, I usually do 1 and I have like a $10 minimum donation. Nobody donate right now for that because I'm not going to do it. I'm too tired. But yeah, I've got some flips on there. Well, I used to do a tricks and beats series where like I would do like flips and stuff, and I would do it to the music that I made, and then I would talk about how the music is made, like kind of like I would do the tricking thing like as a trailer or whatever, but nobody watched it, so I was like, I'm not gonna do that. You talk about swell and shrink beats. Do you have any tips specifically for the shrink part? Been thinking about those sound effects in the Marvel movies with an explosion happens in reverse. Yeah, well, that's a swell, right? So you want to think about contrast. I think that's the most important thing, because there's a lot of different ways to make something big and make something small. So my opinion to you is to look at 3 different elements. And this is going to sound really obvious, and I apologize, but it's really true. So in mixing, you've got frequency content, you've got volume or dynamics, and then you've got space and a stereo field. So yeah. and then time has a part in all of those, right? So if you have something that is just a single harmonic, a sine wave, and that extends into something bigger, or like more harmonics, and then you create a contrast with that, well, then you've gone from big to small. You've created contrast in that way. If you go from something that's quiet to loud, you've created contrast in that way. If you go from a sound that's really dry to a sound that's really reverberated, you are doing the same thing, and then you kind of create something that is a hodgepodge between all of those. So once you have that figured out, then you're able to kind of combine those in such a way. I'll show you just like a quick demonstration about what I mean by that. This is a tune that I'll never release most likely, but it was from sometime in I think it was sometime in 2020, but I'll just play the main part of it. So listen to the white noise swells and stuff whenever the beat drops. So as you can see there, hey poops, as you can see, there is moments of big noise swells, of small noise swells, of moments of being really full to completely silent and having spaces in between. Once you understand the difference between all of those and stuff, then what you want to do is you want to think about creating a breath with your music. And that's at least like in most of the music that I do, that's kind of one of the main characteristics that I've been able to kind of identify that I love to, that's like one of my favorite things to do. So, you know, even for something like Cries Met with Silence or something, this is going to be louder than that tune. So hold on a sec. Yeah, solid. Beat level builds into the downbeat, backbeat, kind of like the arrangement tension release on a micro scale. Yeah, it is. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so like that's a great way to put it, and that's something that I took from the IDM genre, is that typically speaking within music, you usually have like a very defined call and response, right? But the way that I think about glitch music and the way that I think about IDM is that, like, pretend like you're sitting in a coffee shop having a very dynamic and complex conversation with somebody, but the coffee shop is full of other people having other conversations that are equally as important. And so what you start to do is you start to create these micro call and responses that can sometimes allude to the bigger ones, and you have an opportunity to ask a very simple question, and then you have the opportunity to ask a very complex question. And equally demanding are the proper responses that, you know, require the appropriate dynamic of the conversation itself, right? Hopefully that wasn't too abstract, but, you know, that's kind of the way that I think about music in general. But same thing with this one in particular. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't too loud. Again, big, small. Yeah. So in any case, you can kind of just use that as an idea about how you can go from loud to quiet to spaces to all that. I need to go down the glitch music rabbit hole. Consider doing a lesson with me. I'll show you everything I know. Or before any of that, go binge all of the videos that I have on glitch music, because there's a lot of them. There's a lot of stuff that I have on production. It just needs to get out to people. And I'm not saying that I have all the answers, because there's plenty of things that I have left to learn, but a lot of the questions that I bet, not all of them of course, but I bet a lot of questions that you might be wondering, like I've probably asked a lot of those same questions. Or maybe you ask a new question and we figure it out together. That's probably a more healthy way to look at things. Not even just learning, listening to. So I would direct you to Woulg, Woulg. Listen to Woulg, listen to Rob Cluth. Or is it Clouth? I think it's Rob Cluth. Frequent makes some really cool shit. Richard Devine, of course. Who else makes really dope ass glitch music? I've been really into Kage. Who else makes like really random noise, insane shit? Anybody from the glitch.cool community? So like Sunk, Soup, who else? Yeah, the glitch.cool community is just doing Mr. Bill, Cohen Sound, Preview 73. So, okay, so man, I apologize for what I'm about to say. Mr. Bill, Cohen Sound, first of all, Cohen Sound is one of my favorite producers ever, and I love a lot of Prefuse 73's music, but Mr. Bill doesn't really go down like the experimental route to the degree that I'm talking about. So the stuff that he makes still is very musical, and I'm not saying that he doesn't experiment or that he doesn't do weird stuff by any means, but it's still very, and that's something that I respect about Mr. Bill and Cohen Sound and Prefuse 73, is that the music that they make is very good and very digestible, and they figured out a way to kind of bridge the gap in between. But the stuff that I'm talking about is more abstract, I think is the best way to describe it. It's more abstract in the sense of like, it's not so easy to follow. It's not so easy to understand. And it's not a matter of like, it's true IDM or it's this or it's this or it's this or whatever, but it's more of the purpose for which the music has been made. And that is, it's meant to be really complex for the purpose of being complex, as opposed to something that's, you know, that's funky, but has some of the cool glitch texture within it, right? They're more edited, less random, less true random. Yeah, I think that's an okay way to say it. And again, I don't like it, the genre war. I'm really not interested in going down. I just kind of wanted to try to explain that it feels different. Like adding glitches to music rather than music to glitches. They use glitches to make music, as opposed to taking a chord progression and breaking the chord, but you can still tell it's a chord. Like a lot of the stuff that I do, you know, with these kinds of sounds and stuff, like, and that's what I do, is like I make entire tracks out of this kind of stuff. Right? And so with that, like, there's a lot of interesting sound in there, but it's not really musical. It's not really melodic. It's not really harmonic, I guess would be the best way to describe. You can add instances of melody in there, and a lot of times people do, to kind of help bridge the gap between the abstract. But in that sense, the purpose is to make really experimental sounds and then figure out how they can contextualize it, as opposed to, here is a song concept and then I'm going to break down the song concept into being more technical. And none of them are wrong by any means whatsoever, and there is definitely a place for him, and I respect him. And you know, Mr. Bill is an amazing producer. Cohen Sound, Prefuse 73, but it's just the mindset, the philosophy behind the direction is where a lot of that stuff changes, in my opinion. Hopefully, can we all walk away from that? Hopefully nobody's offended by it. I hope that's the goal with it. But yeah, does anybody else have any other questions on anything? Anything else that you guys want to see or that you guys want to know about, or anything that you all would like to discuss? I only made one patch today, but I'm pretty happy with it, to be honest. I guess I technically made two. Is it difficult to make a living purely doing sound design? You know, it's kind of like every other profession. It depends. I do not make enough to make a living off of sound design. And I'm willing to say, and please, for what I'm saying, what I'm about to say, like, I'm not fishing, but I do think that there's a degree of a couple of things. I think that it's difficult for me because the stuff that I make is very niche. I would say that there's a lot of sound design that I still don't understand. And there's a lot of sound design that I don't do that's more accessible to a large area of people. I'm also terrible at marketing. But if you have a basic sense of knowledge and you are well within, you know how to make stuff for a larger group of musical people, and you are a genuine person and you understand marketing to like maybe even this much more than me, I definitely think that you can make a very decent living doing sound design. Where I stand on my deal is that I try to really make sure that what I present is something that you can't get anywhere else. And I'm not sure how good of a job I do of that. I think that I'm doing a good job, but I also don't know the whole sound design community. I know a lot of people and they're all really great people, but you know what I mean? It's very different. So there's the challenge of doing something that's unique, because why would somebody want to buy your pack or your patches or your samples compared to somebody else, especially when there's this sale culture that goes on, which is both helpful and hurtful to musicians. So what happens a lot of times with sample pack companies, with I guess anything, right? And even and I guarantee all of us have experienced it, for anybody that does anything regarding sound or anything digital, how many of you guys say, I want this, but I'm going to wait for a sale? Right? I'm so guilty of that too. So what a lot of people do is they overcharge for their sample pack, but they run sales super often. I don't want to do that. And maybe that's hurtful to me, but I want to put something at a competitive price to where people say, I'm going to buy this and I'm going to feel good about it and get value out of it. I think that I personally would not be okay with somebody buying something and feeling like they didn't get enough for the money's worth. And that's arguable, right? Because what it's worth to me is going to be different than what it's worth to other people or whatever. But there's this baseline of being like, okay, well, how much content am I including in this to where if I were to purchase that, I would be happy with it. And then I try to smash that expectation. Because, like there is a matter of having pride within what you do, right? And it's also different. It's also not something that's, club ready. It's not the kind of shit that's like, just toss into your DAW and you have to, and then you're good to go. Like my stuff is very like, no, you actually have to do something with it in order to make music with it. And I did that on purpose because I don't want to do that. I don't want to be like, I don't want to have like one famous sound that I start hearing on every fucking, on every tune. I want people to find uniqueness in it. And that would make me feel more good. I want to make stuff for myself and for people that even if they have the same patch, You're still not going to be able to pull that sound because it does something unique every time. And that is exactly why I like generative music. Because you can't say, oh, well, that's, this preset from this factory content, or you bought this bank or whatever. It's some shit that has, a characteristic, and you can say that you got it from the pack, but it's going to keep giving back. Going back to using a sample for a neuro bass, if the sample source is something like a saw chord that's harmonically rich, would the processing after generally destroy the harmonics? That's kind of a general question, and the general answer is it depends. What do you want it to do, right? Like, do you want it to keep the harmonics? Do you want it to destroy the harmonics? If it's for the purpose of doing a neuro bass, do you want to twist it, or do you want to expand it, or like what characteristics or what attributes do you want to give it? And before you answer that, think of sound design. Think of effect stacking. Let's just say that. Think of effect stacking as ability points for your source. So, you are re-speccing your character and you're at level 99. And the stuff that you spec your effects to either have something to do with frequency, volume, or stereo, right? So are you speccing into, frequency, which is harmonics? Are you speccing into, space? Are you speccing into making something loud? X, Y, Z. But really, like, additive effects is really just stacking effects and then building a relationship with each other. And so that's kind of what you want to think about. Do you want it to, do something to where it's kind of minimal, but you want to make it cooler? You might not want to throw effects on there that's going to be filtering too much, or you might not want to put too much distortion, because things like that will destroy the harmonics. But maybe you want certain cases for it to make it just sound like it's just like crazy crackled noise, so you use a bit crusher and distortion in order to break the sound on purpose. That's the kind of creative decisions that you want to start thinking about when you're doing stuff like this, because it's going to help define the characters or the creatures, if you're trying to do what I'm doing, as in trying to make. I tend to get a lot of variation out of trying to do it all, but what I try to do is create pretty much fill basses. Fill basses or phrases that have a little bit of both, that have the swells, that have the attenuations of things. And with that, you always have the same source, right? So like there's this general overall characteristic, but let's say you're playing Elder Scrolls or something, your base model or like your base character is an elf, but you can wear any piece of armor, but it's still an elf. It's an elf that's wearing this armor. That's neurobase. That is any kind of like complex design, is you start from a source and you either add things to it or you do things to take away from the sound, and then it becomes formulaic in that aspect. Then the expression is just using an absolute value. Yeah, sure. And I enjoy this kind of stuff, right? It's just kind of like, oh, well, here's one way to look at it. And I'm sure that I'll have to come up with another way to look at it when somebody asks something like that too. And they're fantastic questions to ask. Hopefully you guys are gamers, because if I'm just talking to people that don't play games, then it's like, what are you talking about? Yeah. Also, your t-shirt image is flickering when it pops up. It's trying to get your attention. It's not doing that on purpose though, but it is trying to say, hey, buy a t-shirt. I apologize. Let me see if that helps. Just turn it off and turn it back on. That's what any tech support would do. If you try to turn it on and turn it back on. I'm sorry if that's annoying. I don't know how to fix that, but I'll look into trying to do that off stream. It's not flickering on my screen. I don't know. If you only had one synth for all your sound design needs, which one would it be? Easily. This is pretty much the only synth that I actually use to do sound design. Not flickering for me either. I meant like it flashes big and then goes back to small. Sorry. I noticed that last stream and I'm looking for it now, but I'm still not seeing it. So I'll be mindful of it. Okay. I don't think there's anything I can do about it right now, but I'll try to have it fixed next stream so it doesn't bother you. Or it could just be that my background is changing every 5 minutes. That's also a possibility. But yeah, it would definitely be faceplant. And then if faceplant were not an option and it was actually a synthesizer, I'd probably use a sampler or a granular synth. That would be my next choice. Not really bothering me. Okay, well, thank you, by all means. I'll look into it and see if I can fix it, okay? Because I don't want to bother anybody or bug anybody, but yeah, faceplant, in my opinion, the ecosystem, like not just the synth itself, but the full suite of effects and all that stuff is the best synthesizer on the market. That is an opinion, although I can definitely back the opinion up. It is the most versatile piece of software for sound design that's out there and the most easy to use. What about Falcon? Sorry, it's not on the same level. It's a completely different thing. What about Contact? Completely different thing. Not saying that those are bad by any means. Better than Omnisphere? Way better than Omnisphere. Omnisphere is a fantastic synth. I own it. But it is very limited in a lot of ways. It's also very it's also very powerful in a lot of ways, but it's very limited in the sense that you only have a certain number of effects that you can apply. And the appeal behind Omnisphere is not really for sound design. It's more so for like, here we have so many fucking sounds that it's going to take you an eternity to get through, right? But you can do sound design in it by all means, and it has, some tools and stuff, but it doesn't have the FM freedom. It doesn't have, I don't really like the way that it behaves as far as a granular synth. I don't like the way that it processes audio, and I don't like the modulation sources. I don't like the workflow behind it. It's not quite as streamlined, and there's a lot of stuff that's hidden behind menus that's hard to see. Whereas for this, everything is pretty much in front of your face, unless if you open up, Snap Heap or something. But the interesting thing, or the genius behind faceplant, is that the workflow between faceplant, Snap Heap, and multipass are all the same. It's all the same. Like if you know how to use faceplant, you know how to use Snap Heap and multipass. So, whereas if you were to pull up something like Omnisphere, right, like there's a bunch of LFOs and stuff that you have to like click on a specific menu that it's hidden behind. Caution, Steam folder not found. Would you like to locate it? Oh shit. Okay, no, cancel. Not about, okay, cancel. Okay, sorry, I don't have my hard drive plugged in, so we can't use that right now at this moment in time. Fuck. Cancel. God damn it. Anyways, but there's a lot of stuff that's hard to figure out what to do. And it's not quite as versatile as the FM stuff. You can only do FM, I think, with like specific algorithms. And it's not that it sounds bad by any means, but you can't wavetable, or you can't use an FM to wavetable another wavetable and then give it feedback. It doesn't have a matrix like that. It's really just like, here's a generator, here's a second generator, and then you've got the like multi-patches or whatever, which is definitely a thing, but you could just as easily do a multi-patch by, using something like faceplant or Bitwig and or Ableton, and just doing something like this with a multi-patch, and then setting the overall thing to a keybind, right? That activates or like certain groups of MIDI notes trigger each one, or you have a selector or something, which you can also do. So you can go like this and then go to selector. I did that incorrectly. Hold on, let me back up a sec. You go here and then you go to selector. There's the note effect selector, but that's not what I wanted. You want the instrument selector. Then you pull this in here. Then you duplicate, and then you can set different selections for this via this stuff here. So you got a bass key, and then you can delegate it to whatever it is that you want to do. So, you know, and that's not to say that, like, I mean, yeah, I get that. Honest question: does everyone hate synth menus? Can you understand? Or I'm sorry, can you can you rephrase what you mean by synth menus? I'm not really sure what that entails. The entire DAW is a giant menu okay. The entire DAW is a giant menu system. Why is it such a drawback to have menus in a synth? Are you talking about with the comment that I made with faceplant versus Omnisphere? Or was there a different point that you were having to dive on some menus to? Okay, here, let me show you the difference, and hopefully this will be a somewhat decent demonstration. Okay, so let's just say I've got a patch on here. If I weren't, like, these aren't really even menus. I know exactly how to find these and what these entail and stuff. There's not really any hidden features that are easy to miss. I have my generators here. I've got my modulators here. And then I've got my effects here, right? That's faceplant. That's all it is. So the amount of clicks that I have to do, the amount of fishing that I have to do is very minimal. Now let me show you something like Falcon. So Falcon raise your hand if you have never seen this before. And then if the answer is you've never seen this before, raise your hand if you know where to go. Chances are you don't. And the problem that I have with this is that would be my first implication, right? Nope. 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 Double click. Nope. Okay. This is where it goes. I'm going to use one that actually is going to make sound. Let's use pluck. I actually like the additive engine in this. Oh, okay. Well, now this does this, but this doesn't give me any indication that now this makes sound. It's just blue. Great. Okay. Well, here's a hidden menu that I wouldn't be able to find. What the fuck is this? No sample. Drop a sample and drop in. What does this mean? What does this mean? It's very confusing and very difficult to learn. Okay, so here's the next thing. Where are my modulators? How do I find those? Doesn't say modulators. Doesn't say modulators. Doesn't say modulators. Oh, there they are. Okay. Well, let's say, you know, I'm going to add an LFO to this. Okay, well, how do I find that? I got to go over here for mods. But I can't see these both at the same time. I have to go to a completely different tab. Except you don't. You can right click and then go to edit modulations. But once you start doing this, I can no longer play things. I see your point though. Falcon seems a bit messy. So Omnisphere is not that bad. And I'd be the first to admit that. But yeah, that is the point that I'm trying to make, is that in order to do, okay, so I just did all the clicks and shit, right? And did what the fuck ever. In contrast, if we were to go back to phase plant, generator, analog, LFO, plus button. How many clicks was that? 5? So the efficiency aspect of it is really what it is. And yeah, I never use Falcon. Venus Theory loves it. I actually really enjoy watching the stuff that Venus Theory does with Falcon. It's really cool. Yeah, Cameron is really cool, and I would definitely recommend that you go subscribe to his content. He used to, like, he started out doing a lot of the stuff that I did, and then he kind of went in a completely different direction, which is great. But that's why I say, like, that's, to me, somebody was asking me, like, if I could only use one synth, why would I use Faceplant? Well, that's why, because the efficiency aspect of it, the streamline it is, and then also just the fact that you can get the most complex sounds that I've ever been able, me personally, that I've ever been able to make. Ease of use, yes, it's incredibly easy to use. There's only one tab. You know, there's only, everything that you want to do is here, and the interface is so clean that it, you know what I mean? The interface is so clean that it's very easy to navigate. And I think that it's also the easiest to teach you about sound design if you don't know about sound design. Because everything is just here. There's no hidden, you know, key commands. There's no hidden, you know, secrets behind anything like that. There's not a secret matrix. There's not, you know, there's not even a settings. There's no settings tab. Vital is great. I love it. It's free. I would say it's like Serum 1.5. And I think that it did a lot of really cool things. It's got a couple of unique features. I don't like the fact that it has 2 tabs. 3 tabs, I think now. Yeah, I think Vital has 3 tabs. Hopefully I don't have to log in. Okay, I don't have to log in. It's got 4 tabs. It does have some really cool stuff. Seems like a free phase plant. Not sure what the differences are. Never used either. Okay, so Vital has up to 3 oscillators plus a noise oscillator where you can place like a sample in or something. But it has a finite amount of effects. And that means that you can only use this many effects on this. Once you've used them all, you're donezo. That you can't do anything else. It does have a couple of features that are not in Faceplant. For example, mod remapping is one of the biggest ones. Within this, you have spectral shaping, which has like different vocoding, formants, anything that's along this line. And then I think that the LFOs on it are great because you can double click, and that's one of the best things about it. What else does it have? Oh, it's also got native MPE. And then actually my favorite thing about Vital is actually this right here. So I need to set the unison, or I need to turn the unison on. Hold on one sec. But having the ability to spread the table, so each voice is spread across the wavetable in a different way, and then you can like spread that out, this is actually a really cool feature. And then you've also got a spectrogram, or sorry, an oscilloscope right here. So there's a lot of cool things about it, and it is free. I would say go support Matt. I did the beta for that, and I definitely feel like that. But the thing is that it's very limited in that way. Faceplant is, there's nothing, right? You can have an infinite amount of generators. Yeah, I would say Vital is the successor to Serum, whereas Faceplant, you can also pretty much have the infinite number of effects. Also, an infinite number of modulators. So, in a nutshell, the other stuff behind that, and because that's true, you also have a lot more FM freedom. So you can do FM to self. You also have AM, which I think that Vital can do that too. I'm not sure or not, but you also have amplitude modulation. You can do a combination between FM and AM, which I know that you can't do both with the same oscillator within Vital, at least to my knowledge. You also have more generative options. So you've got analog, you've got noise, you have sampler, and then you have wavetable. You have a larger list of different effects. And then you also have the ability to create effect racks via snap heap or multipass. So you can go into something like this and then just, stack a bunch of effects or whatever, and then you've got something like that, or something like this, right? Just a bunch of different things. You also have more macros. I think you have the ability for more, maybe not. I was going to say you have the ability for more unison modes, but you've got different types of unison on here. So you've got hard, smooth, synthetic, frequency stack, pitch stack, shepherd tone, octaves, fifths, minors, chords, rather. You've got more control with the sampler, because with Vital, it's just the noise deal. The biggest thing about this is that you can make your own filter because you've got a parametric EQ. So you can make your own stuff kind of like this. And then you can set the modulator, or you can modulate each band of this. And this was probably one of the most killer features for me in particular, was the fact that you can do something like this. But you can come into here and all of these can be modulated and duplicated. Whereas with Serum and Vital, they have some iconic filter types or whatever, but that's all you get. You can't, you don't have any more options behind that. And then you've only got I'd say 4, and that's if you're breaking Serum and Vital in the way that it's unintended, but you've only got 4 filters total, where this can just kind of smash that out of the water with that, right? So for bass design in particular, which is my main forte of sound design, this is a sound designer's paradise because of the sheer amount of stuff that you can create with that. Vital and Serum are really good they're really good in general. I'll give it that much. But for me, I found the limitations with those very early on. To me, it almost felt like Faceplant was a natural evolution. Non-linear filter, those are completely different things. So the non-linear filter actually applies distortion types to them, or to the filters, if you can see here. But no, you can't apply characteristics, or you can't apply distortion types to the slice EQ. It's a good question though, and that's actually something I think would be really cool. But slice EQ wasn't meant or wasn't intended for filtering. It was just something like that we were like, oh, you can do that. I still would like, and the other aspect of that is that you can still create custom filters. So the thing to understand about using an EQ as a filter is that if you've got something like this, the signal chain of this is in serial. It's not parallel. So everything, so it runs into this first, and then it runs into this. That's just the way that, like, it's a serial thing whenever you have a complex filter like that. And when they interact with each other, it interacts on a serial level. It's not, you know, it's not everything running in parallel. So if you understand that, then you can still create your own filters in a different way with nonlinear filters via frequency splitting or via snap heap. And what you can do is just be mindful of the frequency regions that you apply the nonlinear filters to. So for example, if I'm going to, you know, if I'm going to put a filter on everything that's 140 and below, I'm going to use a high pass, because otherwise if I'm using a low pass and I do this, it's not going to affect the sound. So I can start to cater things toward that with a high pass. If I'm going to be focusing on the mid band, well, I can do that for sure. And then if you look right here, we can actually create a band pass that's custom in this way, right? Because this is a high pass and this is a low pass, and together that creates a band pass. So you could do something like that. Likewise, if you want to create a custom notch, well, look, we just did that too. So we can set the slope. Oh, sorry, this is a filter. My bad. You can go to a nonlinear filter in this way and create a custom notch here, to where if you set this to a macro like this, then these are going to move with each other, right? And you can even do stuff like this. So in essence, just the fact that you can have multiple filters, right, means that you can still create a complex filter in that way. Would it be more difficult to do something like a comb? Absolutely, but you can still do it. But if you have that understanding, then when you go back and you think about like the relation of creating a custom filter, you can do it in a lot of different ways. It's just that I find that slice EQ is the most efficient way to do that. So yes and no. Slice EQ itself cannot do the nonlinear filter and apply distortion types, but you can build a custom filter because you have access to the most important shapes and you can duplicate that. Does that make sense? I definitely would love that if you could actually apply distortion types to the slice EQ. I don't think that I've ever seen that though. Like, I don't think that I've ever seen a dedicated EQ where on each band you can apply different types of either saturation or like specific distortion or actually any other effects, which I think would actually be an incredible, I think, hold on, where's my, I need to write that down. That seems too complicated to implement in something like an EQ. Perhaps. Maybe right now. Maybe not in 5 years or so. But, yeah. No, I could see it working. I could see it working totally. That could be really amazing. I mean, you could definitely pull that off in your DAW, just make different effect chains for each band. Well, yes and no. Because technically you could do something like this, where you go like multi-effects, right? And I've got a preset on here. So on the low band, you've got your filters. On the mid band, you've got a filter. On the high band, you've got a filter. But Spectre Waves Factory, I've seen it. It's not quite the same though, because that's not really an EQ. That's more of like if you're applying distortion to it, if that makes sense. But what I'm talking about is something a little different. I'm not talking about the bands, because the band is the distance between, or is the area of effect between the nodes. But what if you could apply effects to the node? So not the band, not Because right now, whenever you create a node, you create a split, right? So it's everything leading up to this and then everything after that. But what if you had a layout where if you click on a node, it applies that? Or like you have a list, like an effect rack or something that you can apply directly to that specific node. So you've got just this green area that's being affected. Then right here, you've got a bunch of shit. Then right here, you've got a bunch of shit. And together, you've got these different like effect racks specifically on something like that. And I'm not really sure, like I wouldn't say that's necessarily how like a effect splitter works, but my imagination would be not so much on the node, but on the band that goes from here to here, which is very similar, but not quite the same. At least that's how I understand it. I could be wrong, but that would be where my mind would go, of being able to apply effects to the nodes as opposed to the bands themselves. Yeah, but you're only applying that effect to a single frequency instead of a band. Well, sort of. Polygrid perhaps could help. It's not, no, it's still different. It's still different, right? I think that it would apply to this region here. It would apply to this, because once this matches back up to 0, like only this frequency range is being affected. So we've got 3 bands, right? So if this were being frequency split, we would have our lows, our low mid, our mid highs, and then let's just say that this is something, and then we'd have our high, right? So it would be this region, this region, this region, and this region. But what the difference between that and a node would be was that you've got this area of effect that's highlighted in green. Just that. You've got this area of effect that's highlighted. Just this. Just this. So it's not the distance between here and here, it's the distance between the highlighted region in general, right? Because even if you look at this, if you look at the blue, it's still in its own effect range from that. And that's something that I love about EQ or Pro Q3. You can still see here that this has been pulled to where it's being affected here within that blue region, and then it doesn't mix in with this bottom region here. I guess if you were, then you can see that they overlap, which is, you know, something that you could have with crossover or whatever. But this isn't the whole thing. It's just that area of effect that goes beyond the bands. That's why I think that could be unique in that way. And that's what I would like to see. I don't know how useful that would be, but I think that would be pretty damn cool. Yeah, I don't know. That could be really interesting. That might be something that I bring up to the kilohearts team and be like, hey, I have this idea. Yeah, I see your point, but where would you decide how far an effect goes? You have to create another band to limit the region of the effect? No, you do that by resonance. So this node is controlling a frequency range, but it also has the resonance about how far it spreads. So, you know, if I wanted to have an effect rack or something that's just like this, and then it's just like this, right? So imagine 20 effects on this band, and then you're sweeping through like that. Imagine, you know, you pull the resonance up really high, and it's boosting the frequency to here, but then you have a chain of effects that are being sent all through that. That's what I'm saying. That's what I think would be pretty fucking awesome. And I think that if anybody were going to do it, I think that it would be kilohearts. Infiltrator devious machines. Do they have that? I mean, I know of Infiltrator. I don't own it, but if they do that, I mean, maybe this already exists, but I think that would be, like I said, I just think that would be a cool thing. I guess we can look. I'm not doing anything else that's that important. Databroth would know more about it than me. All hail the sine waves worthy sacrifice. Hi, Puny. Good morning. Yo, Alchemy. Hey, Sergey. How are you? They have something similar, but no third-party effect hosting, lots of modules inside. Well, I know that Infiltrator is like Faceplant, but they don't have... Yo, Transforma. I talk to that person every once in a while. I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is. I don't know who that is. Rezo. Yeah, those are cool people. Okay, so you have 28 effects, but I think that you can only have a certain amount. Everything's good. Hope you have the same situation. Yeah, I'm doing all right. I see your point. Just seems like with some time, macros and multi-effects, it could be done in a way that you're describing, but have to be integrated effect would be cool. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. It would be about streamlining the process, right? I actually agree. I bet there is a way that you could do that. Actually, yeah, there is a way that you could do that. You just set a bunch of band passes. Yeah, that's how you would do that, is you would just break everything up into a bunch of band passes. So what you would do is multi-pass, and then you would set everything to a specific band pass, and then you can change that. But if it were streamlined into the aspect of a node, that's what I think would be cool, if that makes sense. But the issue with that, with the bandpass, is that it only allows that specific frequency range that's within the bandpass to pass through, whereas what you want to do is have the rest of the sound be clean, and so you're not taking away from the entire sound, you're only pulling from that part. How about multipass and multipass and multipass? I have a video on that. Overview by Venus Theory 9C. Lilu Dallas multipass. Sequencer macros. Yeah, this is cool. Like I said, I don't think that it's as robust or as useful to me as multipass and Snap Heap, but I definitely see the value in this and think it's cool. Yeah, I know, that's why I mentioned it. Not sure what we're trying to replicate here. Well, you were saying, what if there were a plugin that were designed, instead of off of bands, it were designed off of nodes, so that way you can pick a specific frequency range and resonance, and you would have effect stacks that's only affecting the highlighted area. So you have an effect stack here, you've got an effect stack here, you've got an effect stack here, and then you can do pretty much, let's just say like 8, right? You can do up to 8 different effects or whatever that you can process through that. Well, you can pretty much do that in Bitwig without too much work, can't you? Yes and no. You can do it based off of bands, but I'm talking about specifically the node as opposed to the band, which this would be the band right here. So the band from here to here, that would be what's affected, as opposed to just wanting to do, something that's more nuanced in that way. Which, like I said, you can get very close. Frequency splitting in general is very close, and then you can map those to something of the sort, so where like you're using all of these up to 5 bands or whatever, and just focusing on building stuff there. So let's say like each one of these has a bandpass on them. Oh, wait, I can just do this. The problem with this is that just because you have a bandpass on this doesn't mean that these are corresponding. You actually have to set these to the proper frequency range. So you have to do 160-ish, at least that particular area, in order for it to be affected. Then you have to do 250. So 250-ish. This one needs to be 3K. Ish. Hi, NX. And then this one has to be 4K. So let's just set that to be 5, just for the sake of doing that. 5K. But the problem is that in between all of this stuff, you're not going to get a clean sound. Why would you want to do it per node? Exactly. If you have a better EQ like Pro Q, it's easier. Well, not necessarily, but you know, let's say you wanted to, you know, do some shit here, and then you wanted to do some shit here, and you wanted to do some shit here. Like, this is kind of the idea that I'm thinking of, that you could have that be useful for, you know, something of the sort. Doesn't really matter, but yeah. So in essence, there's this, but the thing about this is that it would be cool if you could use this as an actual EQ, right? But then all of the things are tied to that specific frequency range. Whereas this is close, but this doesn't follow along, which I guess you could, and that would be cool too if you could link like parameters to each other as opposed to just a macro. Hey, Daft. I'm talking about like a hypothetical VST that I think would be interesting to see if somebody could make, where you have, you know, you have multi-band, or sorry, you've got, you know, frequency splitting. But I was thinking that can you macro the frequency range? Yeah, you can. But it's still not as easy as doing this. So I was thinking about an EQ that's kind of like multipass, but what you do is you have nodes, and on these nodes, you can have effect racks within the highlighted region, and then you can just drag them around like this, right? But even though you can map those to a macro, it's still not as flexible as this, right? So let's say you click on this node and it's only controlling whatever's in the blue right here, but then a list pops out and then you can add effects to it that way. And then you click on this and then it does that, or, you know, whatever, however you, or maybe it's in the same sense of like, of something like multipass, where you've got however many bands you want, and then you just have like columns down here. Not sure of the use, but it would be not. Yeah, it would just be like an experimental thing in particular. But I was saying, like, that's, to me, like, that's what would be cool. It's to just try and see if you could do something like that. And so, in a sense, you are, you know, you could do something like this as well. Effects grid pops in mine as well. It doesn't, no, it wouldn't work. Because it's the feature set of the parametric EQ that I'm talking about would be appealing. Like, yeah, you could definitely just do a frequency split and put it in a bandpass and do all that stuff. But the problem is that with the bandpass, you can't flip it. This convo going on loop. Yeah, you're right. So it's possible in audio. Make 3 tracks. Track 1 is the original audio. Track 2 and 3 are the same audio, but 3 is 180 flipped in phase. Track 2 is nulled. Now an EQ track, it's tedious though. You're right. Seems like you could build a patch to do what you're describing, but yeah, that would be a cool integration. And that's really what it is. Like I said, it's just a matter of making it efficient, because you can technically do all the things that I do in multipass in something like Bitwig or in something like Ableton, but streamlining that would be what I'd be interested in. I was watching the beginning of the recorded vid. Ignore my last comment. That's fine. Wait, what am I drawing? Was I drawing something at the beginning? I thought I was doing sound design. Were you watching a different video? With the were you watching the Sonic stream where I tried to draw Sonic the Hedgehog and then I turned it into a wavetable? I think he said he was watching the previous stream. Yeah, that's what I was asking about. I was like, wait, what? But I'm kind of curious as to how he popped into live chat but was watching a different video. I don't know. Doesn't matter. Hello. Welcome to the stream. How are you? Good morning, Avin. Welcome. If I didn't say hi to Silence, welcome. Anybody else I didn't say hi to today? Said hello to Daft. Said hello to NX. Said hello to Sergey. Samad. Okay, I'm caught up. I am all caught up in chat. Good morning. I sometimes do that. I accidentally write Facebook messages before I realize and delete. What kind of messages are you writing? Hey there. How's it going? I know that it's 4:30 in the morning, but no, YouTube starts playing this stream from the start with the live chat running. What time is it where I'm at? I woke up at 5:30 and you've been on for like an hour. It's 6 in the morning. It's 6 in the morning. Holy shit. Yeah, 6 a.m. I definitely did the graveyard stream. Imagine me say stuff like, I love you too, baby, randomly in chat. You know, I've done that. I've accidentally sent that to people when I meant to send it to my partner. And I was like, sorry, I like up all night or early riser. I've been up all night. I have been up since 10 a.m. yesterday. Dude, go to bed. Go to bed. Does anybody else have any questions regarding sound design? Sounds cool though. Sounds are cool. Sounds are cool though. I haven't done a sound in a couple hours actually. I did make a cool sound today, but I haven't done much. Lol. I actually have an appointment at 10 o'clock to get my car fixed, so I might just stay up and then do the thing and then come home and go to bed and just for a week. Sleep is for the weak. Tantalizing. I just woke up. It is midday here. Oh, sounds like you're on the same schedule as I am. I have been streaming late at night as of recent, but sleep is for the tired. Yeah, I stayed up till 5 in the morning on Sunday and then dead 2 days after. Good morning. Hi, Give Me Dinosaurs. Welcome to the stream. How are you guys? Yeah, how do you say? I have an issue because there's so many people in my stream that are from so many different places and like in the world, and so I don't know. I'm reluctant to have a schedule because I like everybody that comes in and chats. Everybody is really cool. So I don't really know what to do about that, because I don't want somebody that's, you know, and that's kind of why I like Florida checking in. Big ups, Florida. But I like streaming at random because it gives everybody an opportunity to come in live and ask like live questions or something, you know? And that's really what I do on stream the most, is I just come online and I'm either making music, I'm making sounds, or I answer questions. Central Standard Time, that's where I'm at. I never said hello either, but hello, love the content. Thanks, Sean. Welcome. You don't have to say hello. Lurking is totally viable, but if you want attention, you don't have to fight for it. You can literally say hey, and I'll most likely respond. I'm very attentive to chat. If I'm going to be online, I usually have the intention to chat, unless like I said, unless if I'm doing music. If I'm doing music, I usually turn my mic off because I'm trying to focus on the thing. And I would like to get to a point where like my viewers can carry a conversation while I just work and like read what chat says or like respond to questions or something. But I'm not that popular. Either that or my music sucks. And my music can't carry the interest of a stream, which is totally viable too. The man is more interesting than his music. Hey, Alk, have you ever tried using Parsec for collaborations? I don't even know what that is. The short answer is no. But yeah, I'm not familiar with what that is. But I've only done one collab. TIT, or get the fuck off? What's TIT? It's like screen sharing. I did it this weekend and it was amazingly productive. Parsec is like Google Stadia for your computer. I've tried using Satellite, which is free, and I was unsuccessful. Watch the analytics and cover the main crowd regularly, and then do the odd rando stream for you stragglers from odd places. Then your attention is proportional to the amount of views. To be honest though, like I've done that, and the data doesn't reflect tits, boobs, melons. Oh, shitty joke. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought that stood for something. Like I know what that is, but I thought that meant like talk in time, or I thought it was an acronym. So that's one of the errors of modern urban culture. That's not even correct. It's of modern pop culture. I've used Parsec to use Ableton off my garbage school laptop. To be fair, most of your audience is probably from the US. Type 1 in the chat if you're from the US. If you want to participate. So three people, at least now at 6 a.m. I made it my own number, non-USA. That's fine too. So 3 people out of 12. At least that's what that's 11. I guess somebody came in for like 2 seconds and was like, fuck this is boring. Totally fine. I do have a question though. Like I love chatting with you guys and having conversations and stuff, but like, can I ask you like some questions if you don't mind? And this is more for quality control or quality assurance. But if you come into a stream of mine, and if you're new, thank you for coming in to talk or to come in and see what I'm about. But if you're new, if you know who I am, or you know my sounds, or you know my tutorials and you're familiar with that, what do you come into my streams and expect? I send you a snap heap about the previous topic. You sent me a snap heap? Oh, you sent me a patch? It doesn't say you sent me a patch. Or maybe you're saying I will send you one. But we already made that. We already made what the patch would potentially be, right? Because it would be band passes. Honestly, I just like watching you work and build crazy sounds. Hi, Asymmetrical. I'm not sure if you left and came back, but welcome back. I'm probably the worst for this. I don't have any expectation. I like your sound design ideas, and I enjoy seeing your process. I'd like to answer, but this is only the second stream I've ever really attended. Dude, and you've become a member? Thank you. I appreciate that. I generally would expect sound design stuff. I rarely catch you making music, but I always see you making sounds. I do, most of the time, I do my production on Fridays. So I have Friday production where I come in and I sit down and I make music. So if you want to see that stuff, that's generally when I do that. But I've got tons of streams on it. So when I first came by, I was expecting and got knowledge on the dark arts and come back for random convo bits. I'll keep that in mind. Yeah. I think that like I'm just trying to understand my audience, which right now is all of you people, which thank you for being here. But I'm trying to just be better about being available in the ways that you guys have those kinds of expectations and stuff, because I wouldn't say that I'm really an entertainer. I'm somebody that, like, if you want to know I would like to be entertaining, but I don't have the energy on most days to be like, you know. I also try not to look stupid on camera. That's to be, you know, that's debatable, but yeah, I'm trying to just kind of gauge what people want to see. And sometimes people want to see like sound design on specific things, right? Like sometimes somebody wants to see something on drum and bass. Sometimes somebody wants to see something that's not neuro. I learn something almost every time I watch you, so that's nice. I appreciate that. If there's something that you want to see or that you want to see me cover, like, please let me know. And it doesn't have to be right now or in the chat. You can say it in Discord, or you can make requests on tutorials, or you can make requests for knowledge or something. And while I might not always have the answer, I'm always willing to take a look at it, you know. I guess that before you change your name, I would have said more diverse sound design, since that's heavily neuro-oriented, but since the Alckemy Neuro name, I guess it sticks well. Okay, so the only reason why I changed my name was just so that way people could find me easier. I have a production Discord I made and share and categorize stuff for a friend, and like half of the stuff here are your vids, so I just wanted to pay like a wee smidge. Thank you, I appreciate that. I tried to find you on SoundCloud, but didn't know which profile you were. I'd love to hear your finished productions. If you guys want to take a quick break, I can play a tune to give me a water break or something. The patch I send is not with band passes. Did you already send it, or are you making it right now? I make a lot of different music though. Actually, I just put some music up 2 days ago. And then I put another tune up 3 days ago that I did a collaboration with. Oh, you already sent it? But it doesn't... Okay, I guess you did. And then copy strike yourself. Bam. So I have honestly been trying to find a community of people who are positive and just love making music. I watched a bunch of your tutorials and I really appreciate seeing your process. Cool. Hopefully, like, I would love to continue to be a safe space for people like you to come into, and we could just talk about whatever. That is exactly the kind of people that I want to be here in particular. And that's what my Discord is designed to be. It's mostly transparent in that way. But just join your Discord. Welcome to the Discord. I have such good people in my Discord. I got so freaking lucky. So lucky. But I'm also like zero tolerance for rude stuff. Downloads on specific frequencies. God damn it. Okay. Hold on one sec. Also, if you listen to the last collab Alex Discord server made, we're pretty different in the music we like to make. Oh yeah, we did a mega collab. That was really fun. I lurk a lot. I probably should post more, but also going through small identity change, trying to find a new name. That's fine. Sorry, mini emergency water break next door. Be back in attack. Dude, no worries, dude. Take care of your stuff. Okay, wait, what? How? Hey, well, I've been up for 20 hours. I think I'll spend the next 4 on my phone in bed. See ya. Yeah, please get some sleep. So I think this in particular, okay, I see what you're saying. So this in particular is halfway there. A water leak is not a mini emergency. Yeah, that's kind of a big emergency. So the thing about this is that you are flipping the phase, but it doesn't necessarily, I guess I can just use this. It doesn't necessarily give you this control. Right? So if it's above, then you're controlling it this way, whereas if you flip the node this way, all of the same effects still apply, but you I guess that's not a matter of phase, because you're either boosting a frequency or you're taking away from a frequency. So I guess if it's only frequency dependent, then you could just do this. Right? So let's say you've got a band and you do this, but even still the shape of the band is still a positive value, so you're just reducing the positive. Yeah, I don't know. It sounds crazy, but it's just a thought, you know? It's just a thought I have on something regarding that. But no, thank you for sending me that. I think that it's cool to consider, and sometimes we can all find something together just by doing shit like that. Hey, Alchemy, I love you so much. So much. Your content. Dude, sounds by... How do I say your name? Thank you. I really appreciate that. I hope that my sounds have been helpful. Is it yes, is it though? Is it Lai 2 or Leichu? How do I pronounce that part? Sorry about that. Did I miss any questions? No, I don't think so. We were just saying how... Wait, which one is it? Was it the first one or the second one? Are you okay? More importantly, is everything all right? We were kind of just going back to the previous conversation that we were discussing from before. But yeah, I guess for all of you guys who lay to, or is it lay chu? So the node gain would be the intensity for the effects, and the Q would be the frequencies of it entails. Yeah, it would just be like the node would be over one specific frequency, but the curve of the bell would encompass all of the effects that are stacked within that. So it's not dependent on a band from the difference between this frequency and this frequency. It's specifically isolating a single frequency range while not touching anything else. You know what I think would be the closest to that is if you did something like this. I think this would actually be the closest to it. False alarm, by the way. It was the water board knocking on the neighbor's door. So what I'm talking about would most specifically be this. This would be a node, and you'd have something here as an effect. Then this would be empty, and then you would have your next thing here. I think that would be the easiest way to describe that. And then the next one is empty, and then maybe you've got something on the edge here, which when Snap Heap 2.0 comes out, that would make more sense. But right now, what it pretty much is not the difference between, like, there's no dead space in between a multi-band split. It's this region to the middle to the end with zero empty space. And that's why I think that having an EQ like that could be useful, because you can literally isolate specific frequencies without touching the rest of the signal. So where I think that would be useful in particular is exactly for something like Neuro bass, because typically a common practice within that is you boost the low mids. So if you've got a bunch of filters and shit while you're boosting the low mids right here, and the rest of the sound can remain clean, then I can actually see that being super useful. But, you know, imagine if that's what you got, and then you can sweep that in this way. Like, you can just set a modulator on it, right, to do the thing. Or you can do this too. But attaching multi-effects to a single node and having the freedom to, you know, have multiple nodes like this, and then have all of the have all the effects interact with each other like this and like this. But isn't the interaction of boosting a band with the rest of the sound that gives the character of different effects? Yeah, for sure. But that's, hey Rob, long time no see. But that's why you use faceplant, right? Okay, yeah, multiband can't do that yet. Yeah, so it's very similar. That's what I'm saying. It's very similar, but it's not quite the same. And again, you know, that could be a possibility, and you could have a bunch of stuff on here and it could sound like shit. But I do think that this would be an excellent thing to try. I totally understand now. Long time no see as well. Had a very busy spell at work, so no time for Discord plus YouTube. Hey, you got to do what you got to do, but I'm glad that you're here. I tried to remember all of my viewers. So I feel like the past 2 years, people are finally coming up with interesting shit in terms of plugins, I mean, so probably it will happen. Well, like I said, I'm going to submit this to Kilohearts and say, hey, I have an idea. Please do this. But you heard it here first. How many notch filters are too many when notching clean frequencies? And is one big scoop better than 20 single frequencies next to each other and notched out? Random question, but what is that program with the G with 3 lines? That one program with the G. Are you talking about G-Clip? So in regards to notch filters, it depends, because the way that an EQ works on your desktop button. Oh, this is Genki Arcade. So what this does is it allows me to play console games on my desktop. So it's just this, it's like a capture card app, but it turns my monitor into a screen. So if I were going to play like Nintendo Switch or something, then I just fire that up because it's hooked up to my Switch, and then I can actually just play the games based off of that. It's called a Genki Shadowcast. I wouldn't recommend buying it, but it's not the worst thing in the world. Cool, thanks. I've seen it before, but never knew what it was. Yeah, it's a capture app. Speaking of new plugins, Eventide came out with split EQ. You can EQ transients and sustain separately. I think that there's another one from the same people that made Soothe that can do that too, right? Not to say that's not cool, but sorry, back to the notch question. It depends, because some EQs have a specific spiffy. Transify, the JST also does that. So if you have a bunch of notch filters and you've got something that is a really colored EQ, kind of like Ableton, then what will happen is when these start to interact with each other, like if you were to send it through an OTT, you'd get this really fucking annoying buzzing sound where it sounds like and up to a certain point, if you have too many notch filter bands or something like that, you're going to get something like that. But the other side is that if you have a bunch of notch filters like this that have both a combination of notching and boosting, then this is actually an introduction to physical modeling. Actually, comb filters in general, comb filters, flangers, and phasers is actually, well, this, something like this. So the only time that it becomes too many is when it becomes something that you don't like. But, you know, if we were to do like a very basic demonstration, essentially, and I say essentially because Data Broth and I had a very big debate on this, but phasers and flangers are all just comb filters, and that's why if you look right here, they're categorized in the same deal. But if you look like right here and you flip this, then you can see here that this is the same deal. Oh, this is a flanger high lamp post, but yeah, look. So if you were to do something different like this, you can see that this is just a bunch of notch filters and band boosts. This one is the same deal, but it's a little bit more, I guess, relaxed. Flanger plus, flanger minus. I'm not really sure. I think this is a bug because I'm pretty sure it's not supposed to look like that. But yeah, you can see that that's what that is. So now I have to, if it sounds good, it works. Yeah, I got you. I was more talking static for cleaning up a sound. Oh, well, I mean, what you want to do then is just because you have a notch filter doesn't mean that you have to like completely duck it as like and make it completely silent, right? So what you want to do is like if you have a sound and you've got specific peaks or something. So what sound did I have on this? I don't remember. Okay, let me find something that's actually more dynamic. So let's just do this one. This was the sound that we made today, and I'm going to do this because it's going to have a lot of different variation in it. But let me go to default options, default. Okay, so taking a look at this, because I love to use this as an analyzer, but okay, so taking a look at this stuff, you can see here that you've got peaks here, here, and here. So if this sound were static, then what you can do is take the point of all of these and you literally can like grab all of these and dip them, right? So you can grab that one, you can grab that one. And I wouldn't do this per se with every single one, right? But you can kind of lower the volume to where it kind of evens out the frequency range. And sometimes you have to do that. But what I would usually reach for before any of this stuff, to be honest, is just compression. Maybe multi-band compression as opposed to EQ. Aw, man, I think I'm gonna blow my budget on Pro Q this Black Friday. But and the other thing that you have to consider is like you don't just EQ because you want to EQ. Like EQ because you're pitting it against something else that's not working. So, you know, if you've got a kick and snare or something, you've got a super resonant snare that's right here. Well, you know, duck this. Take the whole thing and duck it, because if your snare is playing at the same time as these basses, that's what EQing is supposed to be. You're supposed to equalize everything. The keyword is equal, right? But you're trying to jigsaw your mix. And the more that you do this in relation to the other sounds that is playing at the same time, the easier it's going to be for you to make them work together. The flip side of that, which is what I typically do, is I try to make my sounds take turns as much as possible, so that way I can make every sound as full as possible. So as opposed to having, 50 layers, that's like, all of this really, intricate shit, which is what makes trance music and drum and bass music so difficult to mix in the first place, is because there's so many different elements. I try to just take really big sounds and let them take turns talking to each other. So, but it's all it's all sequential to each other. And that makes mixing really freaking easy, because the main thing that you need to make sure of is that nothing is peaking in general, and that there's maybe like one or two elements to kind of gel everything, but it makes it so much easier for me to mix in particular. And also my mixes are shit, but in theory, the practice behind that helps make that stuff a little bit easier to use. I suppose. Also, way easier for me and my cousins to go through the door one by one instead of all at the same time. Yeah, I agree. Well, it depends on the context, right? And it depends on how hard you kick your cousins through the door. But, but I would agree, if free will is factored in, then, then yeah, take your time. That way everything is smooth. But sometimes, you've got a bulldozer that's coming behind a bunch of things that all have to go through the same thing, and you kind of squash it through. Especially since they eat lots of junk food. I eat a lot of junk food too, but I exercise a lot. Or you can jigsaw your cousins. You hear a chainsaw in the background. Alckemy, did you play around with the left-right channels, or only different left-right EQ modulation that we spoke about a while back in the end? What did we... I'm daft. I'm so sorry. What did we talk about? Can you remind me? If you're asking me if I've done like left-right processing before, then I have. Have you tried fitting bits and pieces into the stereo spectrum noise? I had a very short and interesting video on the subject. Yes, I have. And I guess Faceplant actually gives you a lot of tools for that. I thought that this both had pan on it, but if you were to do something like Slice EQ, then it has a mid-side, but I'm pretty sure it also has a left and right mode. I want to say side, mid-side? Yeah, it's got a left and right mode. So you can take a left channel and a right channel with stuff that you want to apply to. So it's got stereo filtering. Yeah, you can do that on the Slice EQ as well. And I have done stuff like that, although I don't spend a lot of time trying to do that kind of stuff. Excuse me. But I think that this could actually be something that's cool as an extra layer. I don't know if you guys knew that or not, but that's something that you can do. But what might actually be cool is to figure out a way to have specific frequencies. Like if you've got a left and right channel, right? You've got specific things that you process on that side and specific things that you process and filter on that side. But if you can find this dynamic between the two that has an equal mix, right? Of, let's say you've got a morph right here and then you've got a morph right here, but the other one ducks or it moves, but your sub is consistent. I think that could be pretty interesting to try. In fact, let me open up multipass. Does that have I'm pretty sure that has a pan on it. It does. So in essence, you could do something like this where you go multipass and, well, you'd probably want to do it in Snap Heap now that I think about it. So I would, yeah, you'd probably want to do this. So you go here and you go into a filter where you've got a low band like this, then you send the next two in parallel and you set another filter here that's cutting everything off between here, and you do go like this. So now in between that, this one goes pan to the right or left, this one goes pan to the right. So you've got your sub consistent and all of these are playing through. In theory, that should work. Yeah. So now you can get into some interesting processing. I'm going to take some shortcuts here, but don't mind me. You can do something like this. And then you can go and add in another one. This is why fucking multipass and Snapbeep are so great. You can do something kind of like this. It's basically what I had in my head at first suggested. I'm not skilled enough to execute it well enough to bother. I mean, but you understand the concept of it, so you could definitely do that. But yeah, so something like this. So, I mean, obviously you run into some problems because the sound itself loses focus, and that's going to be the challenge that you have to try to find in between of like making it seem like it's different, but still together, like still the same sound, if that makes sense. Which I imagine actually if you were to use two of the same presets that there would be some similarities because it's going to make the same shit just in different, but the modulators are going on their own, so that might make sense. Yeah, so that makes a little bit more sense to me anyways. Or if we were to do, I like your username, by the way. May the funk be with you. Hold on 1 second. Let's just do creature because that way it's not going to change the pitch. And then let me actually make something that's competent and something that this can bite through. Okay. So maybe a third middle sound for it to tie back all together. Yeah, so I guess you could just do this. So that, well, shit, no, because that's isolating the whole signal. So maybe you do something like this to where you've got three creatures over here. So you've got your sub, and then you've got your left channel, your right channel, and your middle channel or whatever. When you make Neuro stuff, do you use automated envelopes or do you record audio and then contextualize it later? I usually both. Both. So like I'll take a piece of audio that is a good chunk from like the giant thing, and then if I need to do more filtering or something, I'll contextualize the envelope that's in relation to the sound. So if a sound goes like but it doesn't have enough change to it, or like I want to do more to it, then I'll just do the automation along the change or the evolution of the sound, as opposed to like format it into a specific time signature or something. Does that make sense? Who needs CPU? I was so confused when I accidentally muted the stream. It happens. Yeah. So I always play Alckemy streams muted. Oh, thanks. What are you trying to say? Anywho, yeah, I mean, there's definitely a lot of stuff to be explored within this, but it's a very tricky thing because you run into the risk of making like whatever is coming out of your speakers sound like it's some like totally different shit. They're kind of like a steel wire under tension that gets plucked. I think that's just from the sheer amount of delays that I have on here. Delay, 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 delay. And then you multiply that times 3 across the left channel, the right channel, and the middle channel. So that's really, I'm pretty sure what all that stuff is coming from. It's just the delays. But yeah, you know, I would definitely encourage you guys to experiment this on your own, and I'll probably keep looking at this here and there. But for me, like that's the challenge that you're going to run into, is trying to figure out how to make it still seem like it's cohesive. I guess one thing that you could do is you could do this. And let's see what that does. Yeah, so it doesn't really do a whole lot of difference, but all right, so what do you think about bad mixing on purpose? Well, isn't that what lo-fi is? I guess not, because it's just low fidelity sounds that are still mixed well, but I think that there's nothing wrong with it. To me, there are multiple mixes. Mixing is an art. I'll just say that. So there's not a really right or wrong way to mix. There are reasons why mixing things are a thing, I guess. Like there are reasons why there are rules to mixing that help make something sound like it's going to work. But that doesn't mean that there's not another way. But I meant neuro, but like vintageized. What? Do you mean like lo-fi neuro? Sure, why not? If it sounds cool. The thing with like bad mixing or whatever, well, people do that a lot actually. People do terrible mixing on purpose. Elon Moore is an excellent proponent of that. His Demons EP, or sorry, not Demons, but his Fighter EP was so distorted, but it was so loud and so punchy and so powerful that like you just had to sit there and respect it. But by mixing standards, it was not the most clean. It wasn't, well, actually, it wasn't clean. It was very dirty, but that was a good thing, you know. I don't think that I have very clean mixes. I think that they have a lot of flaws in them, but there is this idea that I'm trying to make them kind of fucked up because that's part of the aesthetic, is that it's very raw and organic. And if you think about, and this is crazy, but if you think about like sounds in real life, you know, that's not music. Like there's no mixing. You know what I mean? Like there's no mixing to the sound of life. So there's a very naturalistic aspect to that. Now, are our ears sensitive to it, and can it be hurtful? Absolutely. And that's something that you want to be mindful of. But, you know, when you hear birds chirping and in a water stream, like you don't tell a water stream to shut the fuck up, or you don't tell, you know, birds to do that either. You just hear it as is. And I think that's one of the most important things to consider when you're looking at trying to do something like that, right? Is like understanding the natural mix of how your ears perceive sound. I don't know how else to put that, but that's the best I could do. In that case, though, you know, duck the birds. Yeah. Hey, birds, can you come over here to the other side so I can pan you? Great analogy, though. I never thought of it that way. I mean, I guess there are certain things that you can do to control sound, right? Well, I guess like you can always use earplugs or something and block shit out, but you know, well, I have tinnitus, so everything that I mix has a fucking, you know, whatever frequency range that I hear to it. Even though I forget about it, and even though it gets hidden in the mix, there's always that peak that I have within that. So it changes the way that I perceive mixing, right? But because I have that, whatever is going on in my head, I might be hyper aware of it, and that might duck something that could be hurtful to the mix, or maybe I boost it because I can't hear it. I don't really know what the fuck is going on in my head or something, but you know what I mean? But like there's shit like that affects the way that you do that stuff. I always shout at the birds to shut up when they wake me up at 4 a.m. I just imagine someone opening up like an old school ass window, like, shut the fuck up. You know, like you break your window or something because you're so pissed. That explains why some of your tracks seem slightly darker. If you're talking about like older tracks from like 2019, no. More recent tracks I feel are pretty bright though. Speaking of CPU, does having infinite possibilities of faceplant eventually drag down the CPU? Sorry about that. Yes, absolutely. If you stack too much shit, then yeah, it'll begin to slog down. I only just realized that I had tinnitus the last few months. I spent so much wasted time trying to EQ out ringing that only exists in my head. That's really sad, but I understand and I sympathize with that. I've got a pretty nice CPU, but even in the sense of something like this, with multiple groups that have multiple voices, you can still get it up there. Well, that's actually not Faceplant's fault. That's Bitwig's fault, because I'm in beta. Hardly get there with one instance, but 3 or 4 can get pretty heavy. Yeah, if you have multiple generators with multiple voices, then it's pretty easy to run into that. Because this doesn't have nearly the amount of processing as some of my bass patches, but I've got 8 voices, so 12 voices. I hear ringing if I listen to music too loud. Just take a break. I think like also what contributes to my tinnitus is I drink a shit ton of coffee. Like maybe I might try to just like not drink coffee for a week or something and see if that helps at all. Do you think shakers and tams are essential sounds to use when needed, or a lazy shorthand for creating high end energy, which you could create with other sounds? I think it just depends on what the context is, right? And I don't think that it's lazy. I think that it's understanding. I think it's a fundamental understanding that those particular instruments occupy that frequency range, right? I'm trying to not drink coffee or energy drinks to feel like I'm dying right now. Yeah, I understand. Completely. 2, 2, 8, 10. If I wasn't sitting in a chair, I'd probably faint. Okay, well, don't faint. Drink water. Sorry, I'm just looking at some other shit. So this has 4 groups. So 6, 10. Wait. 1, 5. Yeah, 6, 8 rather. 12. 13. What is water? Poor people just stop. Tribal styles need that kind of shaker sound as one of the real physics instruments would be used. How much water did you drink in the last hour? None. Yeah, I agree. Like water ASAP. It happens. It's part of it. Fitting. How do we humans evolve so much yet forget basic human functions / needs? Technology. That one's cool. I buy mega packs of 2-liter waters because the water around here is so bad and smells of chlorine and tastes awful. Can't be good. Yeah, that sounds pretty bad. It's a good note. I noticed something about a lot of pads that I make, and I was just like, is this on every single one? And for the most part, the answer is yes. So thanks, Sean. I probably should make more pads. Probably make some pads for the pack as well. Reverb Sid Pluck, Rhythm Maker, Sea of Solitude, Seance. Should have had a VH. That's funny. Sign Your Life Away. Sleepy Kazoo. I'm pretty new to your channel, so I haven't had the time yet to check out all your videos. Do you have any tutorials on making atmospheres and pads like that? Yes, I do. I'm so frustrated. Sometimes something's up with my Firewire setup Windows and my sound card is only getting power and no signal. I replaced the cable with the same thing. Next stop is the new Firewire card. Fuck, I'm sorry, man. I don't really know a whole lot about that. I wish I could help. This is probably my favorite pad that I made in Faceplant. I like this one a lot. Oof. You could literally just play a pad on its own for a whole tune and no one would question it. I've done something like that. I've released music like that and nobody watches them. I guess that was nothing. I don't know if it's offensive or not, but I let it play while I went to sleep. The long atmospheric video you made. Dope. Ambient isn't necessarily in right now. I guess they can't question if they don't watch. Not what I was going for, though. Yeah, I hear you. Was this a... Oh, this was recent, I think. It's fine, you know? But, I mean, if you guys want something that's... If you want to listen to something that I made, they do remind me of sound of, like, Elder Scrolls or Zelda. Well, I just came out with a fan-made tune for Metroid Dread. I don't know if any of you guys are Nintendo fans or not, but... this tune is half generative. Let me get you back over here. I'll just play a little snippet of it, but yeah, so it's if you are trying to find something to nap to, that's definitely a tune that you could put on. I can pull up the project since there's not really anything else to do, but there's this area in Metroid Dread that's like underwater, and so I kind of wanted to like create like an extra area to that just as a concept. But it started with this polygrid generator that I made. I like having something play while I go to sleep. Sadly, my missus hates it and wants complete silence. Your missus? Aren't you like 16? If so, and you're already hitched, good for you. That's awesome. But I thought never mind, doesn't matter. Anyways, I'm 26? Oh. I don't know where I got that number. I'm so sorry. So, yeah, this is pretty much the main... kind of like the main layer to the entire tune. And then everything else is just other generative stuff, so... This is a generative pad as well. No, it's not. This is a generative pad. And then there's just a couple of melodies and stuff in there that kind of help kind of Yeah, I agree. And I wanted to do something like that. It's a little bit easier to listen to since everything I make is so harsh. I have JBL 305s. Yeah, I think so. I think I like them. I don't know if I would consider them pro speakers, but they're decent. They lack like sub. So like anything, I think anything lower than 40 hertz is a no-go. But they do sound good. I do like them. Sorry, I need to stretch. My back is killing me. I meant better than random ass home gaming speakers. Yeah, maybe then. I don't know. They could be really balanced. It's really just like how you attune to them. And that's the hard thing with speakers too, is like you never really know until you actually sit in front of a pair, right? So like it's kind of like a crapshoot. I think I've only had one other pair of monitors, and those were the KRK Rocket 5s, Generation 3, and those were okay. They weren't my favorite. I definitely like the JBLs better. Yeah, I like the JBLs a lot better than those, but I don't necessarily know if those are a more accurate response. But the other thing too is that like like my room isn't treated, and I'm sitting in a corner. Like I should be in the middle of my room, of a square room, but my room is actually the shape of a pentagon. So it's, you know what I mean? Like I can't really say. I am not the person to ask, to be honest. But the V2s, they have a lot of coloring and don't quite get down as low as I need, besides that they're currently broken. So the 5 or 6s with a sub is better, I think. Yeah, speaking of sub, if anybody is new to the channel and you've never been here before, when we get to 10,000 subs, which we're getting closer and closer, where am I at right now? Yeah, so 930 subs. I'm giving away a sub pack. The issue is that my room is not big, so I probably shouldn't get it. It's just, I think that would be overkill if you have a small room. But if you plan on having a bigger room, then there's nothing wrong with getting bigger speakers and just using like super low volume, right? So you kind of have to keep that in mind. But yeah, if anybody wants to win a sub M2X, then here, I'll show you what that is, in case if you don't know. It is a wearable subwoofer. I'm currently using Demon headphones that go down to 20 hertz for the low end. That's dope. Denon. I read that as Demon, which actually I think that would have been a much cooler marketing thing. Yeah, so you can't get this right now. You can't even get their new ones. So if you wanted to get something like this and you want a chance to win it for free, help me get to 10,000 subs. Share my videos, like my videos if possible. I don't know, buying something off the sample pack store is always a big help too. But yeah. Oh yeah, I heard about them. It's the haptic feedback suit, right? Well, not necessarily, because it's not really like a feedback deal. It's just, it gives you a frequency response of physical motion, because you don't hear it, you feel it from, I think, like 5 hertz to 200 hertz. So yeah, it's chilling right over there. It's in the box. It's used, but it's in the box because I'm supposed to be getting a new one at some point in my life. They just keep pushing back the production date. But if you want a chance to win it, then you just gotta get me over there. Hey, I do have a question for you guys. I recently put out a short, and I know that like for the most part, when I talk to you guys, like most people don't like shorts, but is it like, are you guys, and I'm not necessarily asking for permission because I'm going to do it anyways, but is it annoying to you guys if I were to start uploading like frequent patch showcases for my stuff, and they would just be in the sense of shorts? So like they're not going to be stuff that like you have to see. It's just going to be stuff that you can kind of like check out or see, like, oh, Alckemy made this today, or oh, Alckemy is showing this preset or something like that. Is that something that would bug any of you guys? There's only 9 of you here, so there's that, but most people that are here are usually pretty regular, I'd say. Not at all. My viewership plummets. Everybody leaves. I can't believe he's doing shorts. Traitor. I think it would actually bring more traction to your channel because people have short attention spans nowadays. I don't mind shorts. Okay. Well, some people fucking hate them. Are you signed to a label? I've been a DJ for about 22 years now, and your sounds are right up my alley. I'd love to support and share it. Thanks, Sean. No, I've never been signed. All of my releases are self-releases. And this is something kind of different than what I usually do. I enjoyed it, to be honest, especially when you already have long form content. Let's see why minute long vid would annoy anyone that actually cares. Cool. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And like, let me know, because I do have a channel and I do have a plan with releasing content, but I always want to make stuff that you guys are going to be interested in watching, because I want you to watch it and I want you to learn, right? So, help me help you. I don't mind, but I'm into longer content, but that's the direction social media is headed. So, well, I mean, I've got stuff that's several hours long, and also like I archive all of the live streams for the members. So you using DistroKid to post your music? Yeah. I don't have anything recent posted through on Spotify or anything though. But this that I'm playing right here is very different than what I usually make. The stuff that I usually make is what the title of my Sacrificing Sine Waves to Neuro Demons is actually very descriptive of the kind of music that I make. Shorts can also draw people to watch the longer videos. Think it's good as an add-on. Yeah, and that's how I see it too. But, you know, at the same time, I don't want people to think that that's the only content that I'm going to be making. It's just really easy to... Exactly. It's more social media friendly, and it's easier to be like, hey, fucking give... Honestly, if I'm being 100% transparent, hey, give me your attention. Hey, look at me. Hey, come to my channel. Hey, you know, be a part of this. And I think that I have the substance to back it up, but fuck, I need a new keyboard. I'm sorry. I know what that feels like. It's in my headphones. Keeps doubling letters. But yeah, that's, you know, I don't know. It's hard. There's so much that I'm learning about YouTube that it's almost like a trailer for your real videos. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, it might be updating it pretty commonly or like pretty often. So that means that you want to turn off the alerts, which I would hope that you wouldn't, because I want you to be able to tune into my content. But like I said, I'm just trying to figure out how to grow. And if any of you all have any advice or any ideas or anything that you would like me to do, let me know, because like that's yeah. I want to make stuff that people are going to want to watch. I'm going to continue to make my own stuff and my own tutorials regardless, but you know, I still want to do stuff that's also going to be bettering the community as a whole, because I'm not an entertainer. I would like to be, but that's not really what you come to my channel for. You don't come to my channel for the idea of entertainment or to, you know, laugh your ass off, which we do some funny shit sometimes, but that's not the point. It's more of like, here's information that you might not know and that I would like to expose you to, if that makes sense. Only idea is to sell your soul to rhythm/dubstep gods. I did do a shitty rhythm tutorial. It was terrible, but I did do one. That's the name of the game. Ritualistic sacrifice might work. Okay, well, you know, that explains the music side of things. But yeah, in general, like, I think that, of course, what the fuck is written? Don't even worry about it, dog. Don't even worry about it. It's nothing, is what it is. It's nothing. It's boring as fuck. Turning Mr. Beast's voice into gnarly bassline, use keywords to draw attention from a wider audience. So I did a couple of that. I've done a couple of those where I took like famous TikTokers and remixed some of their tunes, which I've only done 2, but maybe I should do more. I have this idea for R. Kelly. Have you guys heard Trapped in the Closet? I have a really funny parody that I would like to do with that at some point. And then also, do you guys know who the Screaming Preacher is? And God, like, that would be a really fucking hilarious dubstep tune. Oh my God, please. Yeah. I want to. I haven't like fleshed out the vision of it yet. And I'm also worried. I love pisting music like that. Or Skrillex on steroids that drinks 30 monsters a day. Genre of songs that are twice as long than they need to be. That's really funny. Double-edged sword. Things are more in demand usually also my supply force, so niche stuff can be a friend sometimes. Trapped in the Closet remix final chapter prologue. So like do a maxa or like do a mashup of Dearly Beloved with Trapped in the Closet. That would actually be pretty funny too. Final remix chapter prologue epilogue log. What were those people thinking? Yeah, I understand. .8 final beginning. Do the mandatory theme of Laura remix. Even I did one. Never posted it though. A theme of Laura. Are you talking about Silent Hill 2? Boom 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 boom. Is that the one? Are you talking about Silent Hill? That's the only Laura that I can think of. That's Laura's theme, right? But for real, gotta love Kingdom Hearts, one of my faves. Okay, you might unsubscribe to me for saying this, but I've only played Dream Drop Distance. I started the first game, and I didn't have enough time to finish it. But I've only played through the entirety of Dream Drop Distance, which is really cool. I love Silent Hill. Hey, fellow Scorpio, long time no see. Me too. Silent Hill music is okay. What's your favorite Silent Hill tune? I played the Nintendo DS one and it was pretty good. I'm just gonna go ahead and tell you mine, but I think that the Reverse Will is one of the coolest, most haunting tunes I've ever heard. I'm getting chills thinking about it. I'm going to listen to it after stream, to be honest, because it's so damn good. That and Alone in the Town. Everything from Silent Hill 2 is chef's kiss. Chef's kiss. It is the kiss of the chef. I don't have a tune per se, but something before I had amazing music. I'm trying to think of any tunes that I remember from that game. That was definitely like one of the more obscure ones, though. Oof, that sucks. If you're ever interested, it's worth play Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2. The rest are eh. I'm not opposed. If I had to choose a single song, it would be the worst thing. Video idea, procedurally generated rhythm. I mean, if I were to do like a rhythm generator, right, where it's just like a blah, 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 people, like how do you procedurally generate a kicks, like is it really procedurally generated? Because it's like, I don't know, that's an interesting thought. I need more information. But rhythm is so boring. And you know what's crazy? Like, have you, a question for you guys, have you ever seen a genre, or like, do you have a genre that you know is simple as fuck to make, but it's so difficult for you to do? The main theme in effing lead, or effing lied. I don't know what that is. Other than every time I read that title, it sounds like somebody effing lied. Set some loop points and have them randomly jump between drum loops. Yeah, I hate making D&B. Well, drum and bass is actually like one of the hardest genres to make. Hip hop is like that for me. It's an anime. Oh, okay. I had to think about that question for a while. I tend to overproduce lo-fi, for sure. I tend to overproduce trap. I would tend to overproduce rhythm, but I really think that like those things are supposed to be so deceptively simple. House music is superly hard for me to make. Easy to make, but hard for me to do. Yeah, exactly. I think that's the way to describe it. Is it's technically easy to make, like on a scale of difficulty of like how much work and how much planning goes into it. But yeah, all of those genres are hard for me to do. Actually, just about every musical genre is hard for me to do. I can't really think of anything that I'm just like, yeah, I could do that. I mean, I guess I could, but I mean like to a standard that, you know what I mean? Like a standard that you're happy with. Same. I guess all conventional music is hard for me to do since I can't stick with the rules of it enough. House music was something I thought would be super easy to do considering the simple drum patterns. Yeah, there's a lot of complexity to it. Like, if you don't have the groove, then your house music sounds like the beginning of every adult film. And for most people, that's not what you want. That's a terrible comment, but it's funny. I was like, okay, it's house, but is it any good? Well, in the beginning, there was Jack. And Jack said that this is my house and this is your house, and together this is our house. If anybody gets that, you're old as fuck. For me, every genre of music can sound deceptively simple in general. Yeah, same. That's so old school. Yeah. We're old. We're old. And our house is in the middle of the street. That's really old. I have the feeling that genres with easy arrangements are strongly dependent on the mixing side. Our house in the middle of the street. Fuck, man. I used to hear that hook on like, you know, call now for the best 60s and 70s music, you know, hits all on the series of 25 CDs. and it's like some fucking middle-aged person that has like a mullet or something, and like they're still wearing bell bottoms. They're like, yeah, man, that was the tune back in the day. And like every single transition is a fade. I mean, dubstep is easy in theory, maybe safe for sound design, but once you get into the structure of the drop and builds and stuff, like one element can make or break songs. Yeah, like I have a hard time of like I have like, in theory, the practice of dubstep is actually, again, very simple, but getting it to bounce is actually really, really tough. Compilation of 2 CDs, like 50s or something. Yeah. And then it was just like all of the same fucking songs, but then they try to rebrand it as something different, but it's still all the same songs. So that way you end up buying the same songs for fucking, 50 times, but it's got one different tune. Sucks from Manus. Easy in theory. We have a saying in JKD called simple but not easy, which is pretty much exactly what Avon just said. I'm trying to think about what all tunes were on that. Always something there to remind me. Like, it was that one. It was Our House in the Middle of the Street. It was Tainted Love. It was Do You Really Want to Hurt Me? It was Turning Japanese. We're the Kids of America. Dun-dun, 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 dun-dun. I think I had that CD. Lol. I find even stuff like pop or trap hard to roast, and they're just surprisingly hard to make bang. No, that song wasn't in there, I don't think. She's a brick house. I want that CD. I'm trying to think of what other tunes are on that one in particular. And Jack had a groove. Something for your mind, your body, and your soul is the power of arousing curiosity, the purpose of the goal in which one acts on a journey of force, hot like the sun and wet like the wet. Rhythmatic movements in unison with others prolong the active sensation with no limits or boundaries. Eternity is past, wrong is right. Oh, he's reciting Jack. He must have had the next year's version. So does acid in music mean just a ton of oof, saws, and squares? Acid is actually a very particular sound, which is just high resonant filters on conventional waveforms. And I think that the term came from like a preset on, like a T Roland or something. But yeah, I'm gonna show you. We need a thing. Yeah, so that would be. Anybody know what that one is? And then if you were to like slow that down and then turn the resonance up, where you're like automating the resonance. That would be acid. That's probably the epitome of acid. I'm talking like lots of filter suite. Wait, hold on, let me catch up. And amazing sequences which make it interesting. Saw square and a highly resonant filter with distortion. An amazing sequence makes it interesting. Okay, not the same. Sounds FM as hell. I'm talking like lots of filter sweeps, Mr. Uso, flat beats, high resonance into distortion, essentially, of highly resonant synths. I'm sorry, I got lost in the translation. What are you talking about now, Silence? I'm thinking like Liam from Prodigy when he was using the 303. That's actually really cool. Just need some chorus. Like push a fat saw through reverb and boost the resonance and sweep a filter. Does that characteristic have a name in phase in the genre sphere? Fuck. Sorry. Wait. Hold on. Let me try to figure out what you're talking about. Okay. So a thick saw with reverb. No, not necessarily, Matt, because Reese is detuned. If it's just a fat saw and then you boost the resonance, sweep a filter, does that characteristic have a name? Let me see. Hold on 1 second. I don't see it off the bat, so that would still be considered to be acid. Filter before the verb. Yeah, it's a blade theme. No, the reverb is just is not really like a way to define the sound. It still doesn't change. It still would be considered acid. I just had a thought that might help you get a wider audience, making tutorials for more basic or commonly used sounds. Kick drum or acid bass or snare, things that don't limit it to Neuro or DMB. Did you know Ikaturo Kakehashi have any clue what influences you've had on music in general? Oh, the Roland guy. Yeah, this is still in the acid realm. That's what I'm asking, I guess. Yeah, I think it would still be considered in the acid realm. The resonant filter sound right here. So that is the acid sound. And then anything that you do to it after is kind of just diversifying from that. But that particular sound that you can identify through the resonant of a low pass filter, that is an acid deal. Yeah, sure thing. And that's, I like those kinds of questions because building a vocabulary is incredibly helpful to figuring out what kind of sounds you want to make. Daft, I do have a lot of sound design stuff that's not just neuro based, but I don't think that you're wrong. But is there anything that you would want to see me do that's not related to neuro? If the sound is drowned in effects, another high resonant filter at the end should still make it acid after all. After all, you still took acid with me. So like I was walking down the street and then I almost crossed the street when I wasn't supposed to during a non-walk sign, and I was like, I almost died. Having a wide musical production vocabulary is very important. Bucks not stop. Like, quit it. Thank you so much for the donation. I really appreciate that. I make stuff like that all the time, but I've heard acid stuff and I feel like mine doesn't quite fit into that category, but still shares a lot of the same characteristics. Well, that's fine too. Thank you so much for the donation. I really appreciate it. That should not be interpreted the wrong way. Is weird, but thank you. Yeah, I mean, you know, your sound design is your sound design. So I think that, you know, take it or leave it. Just try not to say that it's completely original. Holy fuck, sorry. Wow. Does anybody else have any sound design questions about anything? Bucksnot, no more donations, please. Thank you. I really appreciate it, but you're too kind. I can't even type a sense-making sentence today. To be honest, I hate genre names. I feel like slapping a label on your music is limiting to my 2C. Check out my 2C. Stop, Bucksnot. Thank you. Please stop. Let me earn your money. True rebel. I think at this point I'll just stop saying anything because thank you. Personally, I'm happy with what you do already, but I was specifically looking for what your niche is. I just mean like your main body of work and then smaller, more accessible vids to bring new people. Yeah, for sure. And I think that like Silas, thank you so much. That's totally unnecessary, but thank you so much for the donation. Thank you. You guys are very nice and very kind, and I want you to know that I am so grateful for that. I don't know where to go from there. I'm out of keys. Beauty, stop. Thank you so much for the donation. I really appreciate that, guys. Thank you. I don't know what to say. Thank you so much. It's definitely not expected. I just really appreciate it, and I hope that I continue to do the things and make content that's valuable to you. Thank you all for the donations. That means a lot. If anybody has any other questions about stuff that they want to know about regarding sound design or production in general, then I'm more than happy to oblige. I once tried to make my own genre, 2 songs with no content in it, 3 kilohertz, so if you cut them and mix both songs, it should output a third song. Wait, what? I once tried to make 2 songs with no content, and oh, so you only had lows and highs, no mids? It's not related to sound design, but yeah, any question is fine as long as it's appropriate. Unrelated question, but what is the circumference of your bicep? No, I'm joking. Also, I have noticed that there's been a lot of people who have been liking the video, and thank you all so much for that. I really appreciate that too. That also helps. So don't think that I'm ignoring that. If anybody's just stepping in, thank you for coming into the stream. I appreciate it. Hello, good morning. I actually have an unrelated question. Since you work out, how the hell do you stick to it? Guilt tripping. Guilt tripping is really what it is. No, so like that's actually a really good question. And the answer to that is finding something that you really like to do physically. So you guys know that I do flips and stuff, and you know, I was part of the circus, and I'm hoping to go back to the circus when I move back to Vegas here in a couple weeks. But because of that, because I like to do that kind of activity, it motivates me to stay in shape. And because I'm also a martial arts teacher, that helps too, right? So I kind of have to be accountable. For me, it's riding bikes, high ascendism. But yeah, you know, if you have something that you really enjoy doing, then it becomes less of how do you have to stick to the workout and and finding something that makes you want to do it. And it doesn't have to be the same thing, right? It could be multiple things. But, you know, if you like rock climbing, you know, it's not the most intense exercise or whatever, but if you enjoy it, then you're going to be more prone to it, right? If it's a social deal, then figure out a place that you can, you know, be fit socially or work on fitness socially. I more or less unironically want to look like I came from Baywatch, of course, feeling better, but man, you know, so like, I'm going to guess that like part of that comes from wanting abs, and the best exercise that you can use to give yourself like an 8-pack is to hang like a pull-up from a pull-up bar and do knee raises. And any exercise that you can do, but the thing that you have to focus on whenever you do that is you need to make sure that you're engaging your core, because a lot of times what happens is whenever you lift your knees, you have something in your back called a psoas, which is actually connected to your groin. I know, right? Totally different field of knowledge that I have, but if you pick it up with your lower back, then you're only going to be working out your groin, which is actually going to lead to a tight back. So you want to make sure that you're engaging your core as you pick your legs up, and that way your back can relax. But that is one of the best ways that you can cultivate having soul steel. Somebody just subscribed. Thank you so much. Yo, Daff, thank you so much for becoming a sub. I really appreciate it. It's a fun activity, then you're more likely to do it. Yeah. And that's really what it is it's not forcing yourself to have to do something that you don't want to do. There will be days like that to where you will have to, you know, you will do it. But if you're motivated or you enjoy the activity itself, then you won't have such a hard time fighting. I can barely hold on to a bar. Well, that means that you have a place to start, right? So I'm just now getting into sound design and full head into production as a whole. I was turned off by the scene as a whole for several years. How long have you been into sound design? I've been doing music since 2013. So I got hurt at a tricking gathering, which is like a big get together for people that do a bunch of flips and stuff. And it was supposed to be a week-long event, and the first night that I was there, I shattered my ankle from over-rotating on a flip. And then I was like, oh my God, is my career over? What the hell am I going to do? And I was like, please, I'm not ready to give up or whatever. But in the meantime, to stay busy creatively, I invested in a machine, and that's how I got into music. The second follow-up question with that is, yes, a lot of it was trial and error, but I've also studied under some bigger name producers, and they kind of helped guide me, if that makes sense. Because a lot of the stuff that they taught me was stuff that I was already kind of on the right track for, but then they were like, no, do this, do this, do this. And I was like, oh, now all of this stuff makes sense. So like, and I do private lessons from time to time with some people. And one of the things that I told that person was that the sound design, like the tools and stuff, is all the same. It's just a matter of seeing a formula of those specific tools and then putting them together and then finding out how you can take what's called a reference point of a place to start rather and explore possibilities. That's sound design in a nutshell. That is sound design in a nutshell. And if you familiarize yourself with the vocabulary, so you know what all of these effects mean and you know how they're supposed to work, then you can start to combine them in certain ways and break them. If you know what granular synthesis is, you know what kind of sounds to expect out of that. And eventually what happens is you take the idea of the spinner with all the animals where you hit it and it goes, the cow goes moo, the sheep goes ba, the chicken goes cluck. Well, you do the same thing just with this vocabulary. You can identify the sound of a car. You can identify the sound of the wind. You can identify a car horn, or I don't know why I'm using vehicles, but you can identify the sound of a lighter because there's a lighter right here. You're just doing that with this stuff. It's the same thing. But in 25 plus, hard to start doing something small like working out. Sorry, let me catch up with you, Puny. I can barely hold on to a bar. Quarantine and quitting smoking had made me let go. Hard to start doing something new like working out? No. I mean, I've been training. I've got 15 years of martial and acrobatic training. So I started really doing that stuff when I was 15. And I never stopped. But at the same time is the idea of hard to start doing something is only difficult if you don't want to do it. And that's the whole thing. If you are willing to explore movement and willing to put yourself in maybe situations that that you're not going to be like amazing at first, or maybe you will be, then you will find something. But there's also something called the daily decrease, right? And there's also this matter of making sure that you collect your gains. So if you wake up and you only do 10 push-ups, but you do 10 push-ups every day, thank you, Daft. I really appreciate that. That's still 10 more push-ups that you wouldn't have done. If you do, 5 squats, you're cooking, right? And you do, a squat jump, or you run in place for 10 seconds, you're still exercising. It doesn't have to be, hey Dash, welcome back. It doesn't have to be a dedication towards a specific thing. It can be little things here and there, baby steps. So for me, most of my workouts are at home until I get access to a spring floor. And I haven't done flips in a short while, but I have 2 dumbbells that are 10 pounds. I don't know how much that is in kilograms. I've got a 35-pound kettlebell, and I do kettlebell swings. And then I've got a balance board. Attack of the Rebel Alliance. Thank you, Greedo. I appreciate it. Yeah, to be honest, guys, like if I have people in the chat, I could probably, and I have coffee, I could probably go on forever. But hopefully, hopefully the stuff that we're talking about is useful. Hopefully the stuff that we're talking about is useful to you all. Greedo, thank you so much for the donation. I really appreciate that. So, yeah. And there's other things that you can do too that is a routine that, you know, once you start figuring out your body type and you figure out what your needs are, there's actually a lot of really interesting information. And if you can become passionate about nutrition and passionate about exercising as a whole, then it becomes easier to do those things. For me, this might sound crazy, but actually I don't really want to say it that way because I don't want to come off as egotistical, but my expertise, like what I'm good at is anything that's regarding kinetic energy, kinetic movement, kinetic physical things. Because what I've been doing almost my entire life is shaping and manipulating energy. So what that means is I'm really interested in biomechanics. I'm really interested in fitness and nutrition. I'm interested in looking at something and seeing how they move and then being able to figure out how to make it more efficient. You know, I mean, I guess most of you guys have seen this clip by now, but one of my favorite tricks I just kind of keep on my desktop. But this was me in 2017. Which I can't do that trick right now, but I'm hoping to get back to it. But that's what I do. That shit like that. So I started getting into fitness as a hobby, ended up training for a year as a gym instructor just to learn more for myself. Yeah, exactly. Right. So if you can get passionate, or you can find curiosity and you let that curiosity take you, then you will do it. If you feel like you have to do something as a job, then it's only a matter of time before you find something more interesting to do that's going to distract you, unless if you've got a very serious goal or there is very dire circumstances that you have to abide by. Getting back into something I used to be able to do, can relate. Need to get back to finishing tracks. I'm sorry. I don't think that I mean, if you have any questions on tracks or something that I could help you, then I'd be more than happy to. But I used to go with my girlfriend and it was great, but she quit and now I just can't get myself to do it alone. Well, would it be a bad thing to suggest trying to get her to, to start up again with you as a couple? Because I think that could be a really cool thing too, or you guys can make up little games, especially if you live together. Somebody's cooking, or somebody says something they're not supposed to. That's like 5 push-ups, right? She went back to horse riding and she just doesn't have the time nor wants to. I don't believe that. I don't mean that in a mean way, puny, but I don't believe that. I think that anybody has the time to do 10 push-ups. I think that anybody has the time to sit there and do, some crunches or to do some squats. I know it because I've been doing it for so long. There's a difference between can't and won't. And I understand the won't part, but if you can find ways to, or you can lead by example to where you do things that are, influential. I've been on the stream since 5 CST in my first stream with you. I thoroughly enjoyed the knowledge and interaction here. Thanks. I have to head for work now, but definitely back for it. Yo, Sean, thanks so much for coming in. I really appreciate it. There is no try, only do. Hi, Flame. Good morning. Yeah, thanks again. Thank you all. Actually, thank you all for being here and talking with me on stuff. I have a couple of things on fitness, like 1 or 2 things. No, I've got a stretching video and then I've got an ab workout video. And I really want to, how do I say this? I'm really looking for ways to reach out to the musical and gaming community about finding fitness within that. And I think that we're doing a much better job as a community. Should I sell her horse behind her back? That's terrible. No, if I had a horse and you sold my horse, I would be so fucking pissed. Turn yourself into an automass hulk of a man and she'll want to go to the gym herself to keep up. That's true too. I don't like energy drinks because they're pretty bad, but do you perhaps have a tip on how to become more energetic physically? Yes. Nutrition. It's 8 p.m. for me. Just woke up from a nap. Lol. Good evening. Then you will have no martial art partner. That's funny. Yeah. So the thing with energy is accumulative to what you do on your day to day. It's cumulative to how much sleep you get. It's also cumulative to your nutrition. Yeah. So ascendentism has the right kind of mindset already. You mean biting games? Whatever you guys are into, you know, whatever gets your heart rate up, right? Get a dog. It will force you to exercise daily twice. Yeah, so I think that it's something that should be built up. It's not something that I think that you should jump into, because like it's also important to like have a good start and not on bulking naturally in a healthy way. I'm skinny as fuck. Yeah, let me finish this question and then I'll get to that one next, okay? But the more that you put yourself into these things, but working out on a regular basis will actually get your energy. Yeah, that's actually Max Field actually just answered that. So, being more active will actually give you more energy. Alckemy try reaching out to Healthy Gamer, a streaming psychologist who will focus on helping gamers have better mental health. Maybe you can collab and talk about fitness and mental health. Yeah, I think that would be cool. I felt good for a bit with energy by getting catering, but it was too expensive for me. Commitment is the key to it all. Commit. That's what we say when we're saying a new trick or trying to do a new trick is send it. All right. So in the idea of bulking, you need to understand a couple of things. Hey, Artifacts, good morning. Oh, it's not morning for you, but it's really important to understand your body type. And it's also important to understand what your fitness goals are. Yeah, everybody say hi to Artifacts and Dash Glitch. Those are both some much bigger streamers than I am. Feels like morning though. Please say hello to them. Go subscribe to their channel. They've got really good content. Maxwell too, you're absolutely correct. So the thing with bulking that a lot of people run into is that they start calorie loading and they do it with anything. So they'll eat anything. You know, they'll go to McDonald's and order 20 burgers and start just like plowing down and all that stuff. And you don't have to do that. You do have to increase your calorie intake, but there's so many better ways to do it that you can get that without it actually being hurtful to like your actual nutrition, right? Because what you build with is what your substance is going to become, right? You are what you eat in particular. But if you want to gain weight, then lift heavy. I don't lift heavy. I do lift a little bit, but I don't lift that much. I lift for strength. But if you want to get bigger, like you want big muscles, that's a very different thing as opposed to like there's a difference between having big muscles and being like ripped. But if you want to be like big, then lift heavy and that will help you gain. I would stay away from creatine. You do need a little bit more protein than what you probably intake. No wonder I'm a mushroom. Don't know. Haven't looked at the outside world today yet. We got all the masters in here. I eat meat. You can. I do consume meat. I am a carnivore, but you don't have to. If you are going to do plant-based protein, I would go for pea protein and not soy. I eat no meat and I'm bulky. That's because you be dashing and glitching. Imagine every gamer being like Henry Cavill. That'd be awesome. This is like my entire YouTube music subbed to Life in One Chat. This is not what I was expecting when I tuned in this morning, but I'm down. Let's get shredded, folks. Yeah, peas and beans are great. I agree. Yeah, and that's kind of where I'm at with it. Pea protein is probably the best if you are plant-based. What did I start? You started a really important conversation, and it's something that I want to talk about more, to be honest. Like maybe not necessarily right now. We can move on to something music related. Welcome everybody. If you have any musical questions or something that you want to see, please feel free to ask. Damn, we still live? Bro, you know how it is, dog. You know how it is. I'm just here, just chatting away with people. A bit too bulky, but anyways, if you want to lose weight, then my suggestion would be high intensity interval training or sprinting. the whole meat thing is you can be ripped without meat just fine. I cut down on meat a lot. I still crave some every now and then, but for the environmental impact that made me cut, I think that's great, man. And I want to get to that at some point too. It's just that a lot of my diet is cheap meat. Thanks for the advice. Yeah, of course. So it's kind of hard to. Let's make Neuro base with the Zizzy pick. What's a Ziz? But yeah, I think that if you want to gain weight, like you actually want to get big, then lift heavy. If you want to lose weight, Terry Crews is vegan, isn't he? And he's ripped as fuck. I don't know. Maybe. Environmental impact is also why I'm moving into growing all my own food. I definitely need to lose weight and get more energetic, eat proper food, all that. Really nice stream, and thanks to the tips. I have to go. I'll stick in another edition. Take care. Oh, also, guys, Matt is also like Matt. I'm not sure if you're still uploading regularly or not, but I noticed that he put up a couple of tutorials. So if you guys want to help get him started, then feel free to go check out his channel. He also does stuff on Bitwig, so go spread some love. So I know it's selfish, but I couldn't live without cheap meat, veggies, extra cheese. I'm ripped as fuck under these layers of disgusting fat rolls. I mean, it's natural to have layers of fat, right? Typically speaking. I would say that people that are absolutely ripped is actually more unnatural than anything. How would you go about creating drums similar to a specific sample? Like, what is your progress of demystifying how a sound has been created, kicks and snares, etc.? I think that it's understanding the three components of a drum, that there is a transient, there's a body, and there's a tail. So I would probably break down those aspects to that to be like, okay, well, this sounds like this sounds like this, sounds like this. There are great technologies like Instapot that help me with cooking veggies without spending a ton of time. Dude, get yourself a rice maker or a steamer or a crock pot and you will be good to go. I love this conversation. How to fine tune your samples and your life in one. Do you have trouble sleeping at night? Do you have trouble making samples? Are you hungry? Also baked like roasted vegetables is also fucking delicious. It's like vegetables don't have to be vegetables. You literally can put a little bit of salt, a little bit of pepper, maybe a little bit of coconut oil on some vegetables and roast those bitches for like 2 hours, depending on how hot you cook them at, and they are so good. So good. We're all gonna make it, bruh. Best purchase I ever made in a while. Yeah, rice cooker, veggie, steamer all day. And you can get one for, I'm in the States, but you can get one from Walmart for like 10, 15 bucks. Pour broth into the cooker and instead of the water. Oh my God. Yeah, dude. Yes, I like the way you think. I fried veggies with sauces and stuff and it was fine with the time it takes, man. Stir fry in hemp seed oil. Start with garlic. Yeah, we're all going to be sick. Sick what? Yeah, but typically speaking, Toasty, like I have two, so I can make rice and veggies at the same time. That's actually really smart. I actually don't like try to recreate samples anymore. Like I used to, and that was like a beginning part. I don't know if you guys saw the short or not, but to me, there are 3 C's of sound design. There's copying, which is kind of the mindset that you and I are looking at right now, where like we hear something or we watch a YouTube tutorial, we pause the video and then we try to copy it. There's conceptualization to where we understand the process of how something goes. And then there's contextualization to where we actually apply the sound that we made into an actual piece of media. So on one end, I'm hoping that for everybody that's like, in this idea of sound design journey is that at first you try to copy those sounds because that's what we want in our music, but then you understand that everything is formulaic and you figure out how to make it your own. And then to me, the hardest part is being like, okay, well, you've made the sound. Now, how do you cultivate an imagination to apply the sound, if that makes sense? I ate rice for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, but still look like a stick. Well, rice isn't really rice isn't something that's like fattening in that way. Well, it depends on how you make it actually. So like if you only eat white rice and you cook it with all the starch and stuff, then yeah, you're doing complex carbohydrates. But if you rinse your rice out like you're supposed to, then live, laugh, love. God, I wish you could get big. I wish I could get big eating rice. You could fry it, you know? Hi, Thorough. Welcome. Have I said hi to everybody? Flame, Syndism, Puny, Daft, Levi, Artifacts, Dash. I make curries a lot. Okay. All this talk of food, be right back. I'm getting pretty hungry too, but it's cool. It's cool. I never aim to get big ripped. I favor stamina and endurance for a lot more, to be honest. And to be honest, for people that are more endurance based and stuff, you know, like if you ever watch the Olympics and you watch the difference between like a distance runner versus a sprinter, like their physique is very different. And there's not really a right or wrong. I wanted to make sure that like that's important. But I never want to be like big, but I do want to be extraordinarily like I don't want to be big, but I do want to be ripped. I felt like sound designing on a track takes way more time and it kills my motivation. Any tips? Yes, try to do as much sound design as you can before you start making a track. And if you want to be like OP big brain, start storyboarding a track before you start sound designing. And try to think about what you want that to sound like. And if you could do that, you like your beat block will be like Have you ever rolled your rice roll? Probably. Sticky rice. I do that too, but when it comes to cooking for myself, I have no motivation to other than my health, which I neglected for the past 26 years. Well, you could always start, you know? You could always do one simple step. And 1 to 1.5 grams of protein per pound in target body weight. Get big eating anything. Yes. We actually had a talk about that, Levi. I was talking about eating clean. Even though you're increasing your protein intake, like don't fucking do the McDonald's thing. Like if you want to get big, don't go to Taco Bell or something and just like eat whatever the fuck you want. Like be smart about what you intake. I definitely know what you mean. Currently, I'm just trying to understand all the key elements of tracks that I love listening to, so I know what concepts I have to apply in my process. Yeah, and I think that's really healthy. And what I would do is try to focus on specific characteristics, and then as you're trying to learn in your sound design career or like maybe just your production career, is try to isolate those elements and focus on cultivating those skills if that's what you want. But don't try to copy. I'm not saying that you are, but I would as a warning or a pitfall, like don't try to copy rice roll gains. For motivation for a track, I actually tried writing the album name and the track names, and the team had pretty decent results. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm talking about is storyboarding. Totally different physique. I always go on longer bike rides, so yeah, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, any tips on pushing forward with your arrangement when I feel like stuck in a 32 bars or feeling solid? Yeah, this is going to be, if anybody is having struggles with creative stuff, please listen to what I'm going to say. The only thing that you need to have for a finished tune is a beginning, a middle, and an end. I think I said that last night, but that's all you need. So if you've got 32 bars and that's all you have and you have nothing else, figure out a way to get into the 32 bars, figure out a way to get out of the 32 bars, and your song can be done. It doesn't have to be, you have main section 1 and then you have a bridge and then it goes into a completely different main section 2. It has to be this big epic. Like, fuck that. If it's 2 minutes of solid music, find a way to get into it, find a way to get out of it. Because honestly, at least if you're wanting your music to be played out for DJs and shit, like they're not going to play your whole tune. So just make the most interesting, super short thing. Yeah, you don't have to do that. Just make one drop and then make it shorter. And then as you get better at that, then you can combine 2 drops, right? Because if you do a 2 drop, you're actually essentially making 2 different songs, but with the same sounds. So you can break it down as in, if you want to put music out, do a single drop. And then if you want to practice making more than one thing, make 2 different songs or make 2 different songs with the same sound design palette. And then see if you can figure out a way to put them together, because then it becomes the same stuff. Okay, hold on. What's Levi saying? Check our Renaissance periodization on YouTube. Toasty. They go over everything undergrad level, and it's usually really entertaining. Salmon is like a drug. Good idea. Thanks. Yeah. Healthy body, healthy sounds. That's right. I don't know. I did put out a couple videos on fitness, and I definitely want to tackle that because I definitely think that it's really easy for people, you know, like if like I'm doing long streams and stuff, and there are some people that do something like this every day, but my thing is that I don't know, I just don't know how to reach people, but I have a lot of knowledge to give on that kind of stuff, and like I have a fitness thing or like a fitness channel in my Discord, but I really want to get people motivated to take care of themselves, because I think that the better you take care of yourself, the better music you're going to make. And that's not necessarily like a one-to-one guarantee, but just as a mindset, like you'll feel a lot better about making music if you don't feel like dying, you know, and I know what that feels like. Fresh cooked prawns and smoked salmon do hit different. You're right. LOL. Yeah. I can always go for a fitness podcast with guests would help reach people through the guest audience. I mean, I can bring my instructor in. You guys know that I have, that I run another YouTube channel for my instructor, right? For martial arts. And we do stuff like that all the time. Flame, I'm not sure if you've seen it or not, but I actually published a video, reviewing the Bitwig 4.1. I think that it's cool. It's got a lot of stuff that I didn't really ever think to use, but I still think that it's interesting, and I know that it will be useful to other people. That explains why Cell Dweller makes bangers. Guy's ripped as fuck. Yeah, you want to make good music? You got to get Berg. Hi Moon. Kind of related, I found that cooking makes me slow down for 20 to 30 minutes and gives me time to come up with creative ideas versus trying to minimize time away from my computer. Yeah, that's a good thing too. And it's all about how you perceive, right? If you are, okay, so imagine how efficient your day could be if you are totally aware of your entire schedule, which could also be a bad thing. But it's extremely wise to invest a chunk of your time into your health, into yourself. Hansa is a great channel to watch for stuff like this. Yeah, like I'm all about that. I don't know, maybe for 10K, I'll do a backflip tutorial or something. The same reason why I always take a good shower before an evening production session, go in the shower, get idea, hop behind the dog. Yeah, so like having like a pre-ritual, right? Works every time. Every time. I tend to like to play music in the shower, but I definitely have other existential thoughts that occupy that. I think that for me, before I go to bed, I try to come up with ideas and I write stuff down. So like I put notes on my phone or on the computer and I start to write little stories, and then I actually try to think about figuring out how to narrate them. Meanwhile, I haven't taken a shower in more than 1 week. You should probably shower daily. I mean, it's up to you, and I'm not here to judge. And I can't smell you, but it would be wise to shower daily. Having a schedule makes my mind really prepare passively to whatever I'm doing because I know what I'll be doing. But that could be used to your advantage, though. Every few days is optimal. Well, I guess maybe if you're not sweating and you're not stinking, but for me, I'm kind of a shower daily type of person. I do podcasts from time to time. I like talking stuff outside of music there. Let's do it sometime. Yeah, let's do it. I'm pretty free most of my life. I make my own schedule, so just let me know. Not even singing, it's just the act of being away from the studio environment. A bike ride often does the same for me. It's like doing something that I enjoy that's not behind a PC that works. And the key to it, though, is doing something that you enjoy that's not like focus intense, right? Yeah, Django was telling me how hot it gets over there, and I totally get that. That was meant as an advantage. I stay stanky for them stanky bases. Not judging, but you know. It's cool. On days I sweat, at least rinse off, but for that I do every 2 to 3 days. I gotta shower twice daily. Yeah, I feel you, Puny. Sorry if this question is too personal, but do you suffer from depression? Yes. Yes, but I'm very aware, and I deal with it usually in really healthy ways. Yep, exactly. Yeah, starting a podcast is a good idea. Lol. Something you enjoy that you can do on autopilot, basically the moment you get a creative mind going. Right, and that's actually, like, I don't know if you guys have ever researched like flow state or not, but doing something that's mundane, that doesn't require like effort, is like one of the best ways to kind of like, you know, one of the best ways to perpetuate getting into a creative mindset, or just live in a rave 24/7. Yeah, and just make sure that you don't show up to Super Smash Brothers tournaments, because like you have to shower in order to compete. I feel like everyone has depression these days thanks to the virus. No, I think that, I mean, yeah, I definitely think that contributes to it. I don't think that's the sole reason, but I think that because we're in a technological age, the idea of things, I'm depressed for very personal reasons, for circumstantial deals, right? But I understand it, and I understand that it's a feeling and that it will pass. And it's okay to be sad, you know? It's okay to not be okay, I guess, if that makes sense. But what the difference is about how you deal with it, you know? So like if anybody out there is either struggling with mental illness, or you guys are going through depression or something, like it's okay to see a therapist. It's okay to get help. It's okay to ask for help. Please, by all means, you know, if you are having some kind of issue or something that is beyond what you feel you can control, like please, you know, reach out to me, reach out to say something on Discord, whatever. An hour conversation is always worth, you know, helping you get to the next stage. But thanks my, and as shitty as it may be, thanks my parents. I ask because I am in the same situation. CBA to do much, and my self-care has gone to shit. It's hard as fuck to revert. Well, like depression does this, right? At least a lot of time. At least that's how it's been for me. Like some days I feel fucking amazing, and then some days I'm like, I'm done. I don't even want to be here. And I'm sure everybody's felt like that, you know, just like we're out of here. Fuck that shit. We're done. But the thing with it is that they're just feelings, right? And they're also feelings that you can either respond to or that you can use as fuel. Because, and the reason why I have so much confidence in saying this is because you only have so much energy, and that energy is up to you with how you choose to where to put it, right? And I definitely think it's much easier to put that energy into the negativity because that's what you're being faced with mentally. But if you can work and cultivate the awareness to that, then sometimes it's a lot easier to divert into something that's positive. And if you do stuff that's outside of yourself, a lot of times that can be extremely beneficial too. But the other thing to realize is that there are many layers to depressions. It's not just you're sad, right? It's not just, you know, it's not just something bad happened to you and you're having post-traumatic stress disorder, or that, you know what I mean, or that you're crazy or something. There's always layers to it because people's lives are chaotic. And it's important to understand that. But I think that if you can figure out how to be okay without being okay, that is a really healthy step too, right? And I wouldn't say dwell in it, but understanding that, you know, it's going to pass. It will pass. If you feed the depression and you pity, and that's all you do is you pity yourself, then I think that's when things become unhealthy. But if you understand that you have a challenge and you have adversity and you meet that challenge, then it becomes a source of drawing strength. Real depression really needs professional help. People often underestimate it. Yeah, I agree with that. This is some great advice. Well, it's real, man. And like, it's important to be sympathetic to it. If you have ever been sad, then you understand what depression is. Now, there are degrees of depression, but, you know, like, it's the suffix of depression, right, means that you are being constrained. And I don't think that anybody wants to be anything of the sort of being depressed or oppressed or repressed or, you know, I guess impressed is cool, but that's a little bit different. But, you know, it's important to like be real with yourself and don't deny your emotions. You have to learn to accept them and accept that sometimes that's just part of your personality. For me personally, my depression does this. And because I have really bad seasonal depression. So like when it gets cold, like I get really down and I tend to revert like a hermit. I do have a saying that might be helpful to you, and I don't know if it will apply, but what I say that like what I would offer as far as that is stay busy, stay happy. Learn permaculture design principles help me with my depression, music making, everything in life. Yeah, and I'm really glad that you found something personal, and that's kind of why it's hard to deal with because everybody has to be dealt with on a case-by-case basis. Sorry, I'm just scrolling up to make sure that I'm caught up with chat. I feel like everyone has depression these days thanks to the virus. Okay, building new habits. I definitely agree with that, of building habits centered around the way that you feel, right? So if you can build a habit of being like, I feel sad, so I'm going to do something healthy, right? And being proactive on that, I definitely agree with that. Your focus might magnify your focus magnifies whatever you draw your attention to. Yeah, so again, that's mindset, right? About what you're focusing on. If you're focusing on being depressed, you're going to be even more depressed. It's not just your daily stress and problems, but it's a real mental condition. Absolutely, I agree. I feel like real depression works against you trying to actually find help. Well, yeah, because it's polarizing, right? Because it makes you not want to do anything. At least that's how it's been for me. I'd say how I feel, but I don't want to down anyone. Requires instead of needs. Some great advice. Thank you. It taught me to weigh the inputs and outputs of anything. Pros and cons, man. That's an excellent, dude. That is an excellent coping tool. I think that if you have a therapist that can help, that has like a mindset for you with that, it's not the end all be all, but I definitely agree with that. One of my dear friends is depressed and I've learned what it is, learned to understand it, to be honest. People with the indoor work tends to give sad as there is less sun exposure during the sunny months. Sorry, English. I think it depends, like I stay inside most of the time, but it's more just about, I think it's about like the time of year and the events that have happened during this time of year that makes me upset, like subconsciously. Working from home also made me worse. Many people think that being stressed out and down is the same thing, and actual depression. Yeah, and those are two different things. So mental health problems are definitely swept under the rug because so many people think asking for help is a weakness when it's not. Okay. Hi, Winter. Yeah, and that's why I was saying, like it's okay to like not be okay, and it's okay to reach out and talk to somebody. I used to live with somebody that was manic bipolar, and I don't want to like put any names out or anything, but they were shopping for guns one time because it was so bad, and then they ended up checking themselves into, their mom called the hospital and they ended up checking them into a psych ward, and the person that was there ended up seeing like really horrifying things that gave them a new perspective and stuff. But I don't think that person would be here if there was no intervention on getting help. And I'm so glad that person is still around, and I think that they're doing much better. But there is a major aspect to that. And the reason why I say bipolar is because you have extreme ups and downs of being, really happy and then being like hella sad. And when the hella sad rolls around, that's when you get like desperate to cease to live. Yeah, it does still. It feels like 2020 just began. So physical exercise helps me build some serotonin and feel good. When I would go weeks without it, I felt more depressed. Yeah, I agree with that. At one point, I would make myself do 10 plus push-ups before every trip to the bathroom because I was at my computer all day, every day. Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. I wasn't sure if you were around, but talking about like fitting in the small workouts just to, do a little bit more than what you're used to. I honestly do wonder how much of a lab rat treatment people get one medicine after another. It's pretty unpredictable in what helps one person since it's very different from person to person. Well, right. And I think that there needs to be an evaluation of like, checking chemical levels, right? Of like how much serotonin, how much endorphins, what's your adrenaline, what are your hormones doing, and balancing that stuff out, and like getting a legit check like that probably influences like the amount of stuff that you prescribe. Anyone? Yeah, I answered that one already. Asking for help in a foreign country is also harder due to money and distance, like physical distance of finding someone who can speak English, at least here. Well, I don't think that they necessarily have to speak English, but like if you're feeling like you're really not okay, I would imagine or hope that your country has like a like a helpline or something that's toll free. I've been there. It sucks. The juxtaposition of feeling great and then not feeling like you'll ever be happy again can be devastating in its own right. Yeah, and not just that, but also like having to find the cadence of like existing in that gradient, right? Because you have this awareness of what is happening, and that it's out of your control, and it's almost like you're being pushed back and forth like that, right? But you have no mellowing out. It's just a constant push and pull of being one or the other, right? I just gave up on that. Making music killed myself. Fine, I play games or do the minimum at work, etc. Well, I mean, I don't know how much I can help you as far as, aside from what we're doing now, right? But I can challenge you. I can say, hey, give yourself a week challenge. Like not a week challenge isn't a lame challenge, but a week challenge is in like 7 days, right? And I challenge you for 7 days to do something physical, and I need at least a quantity of 20. It could be 20 sit-ups one day. It could be 20 push-ups one day. It could be 20 squat jumps. It could be, handstand or headstand, depending on your strength level, or 20 crunches, whatever. But for a week, do 20 of something and see if that's a habit that you can continue for another week, and then another week, and then another week. And then if you can build a habit like that, see if you can, do more. But meditation helped me with depression. I try workout apps, but I give up in 2 days. Well, probably because you're trying to do too much. And that's why I say like baby steps, right? Baby steps, baby steps, baby steps. Just do really simple stuff. Really simple things. When it was really bad, I swear music and exercise saved my life. It is the whole reason I got into the gym in the first place. And it helped me like nothing else. And, and that's really awesome. And I'm glad that you found something that worked for you. And while it doesn't always solve everyone's problem, it's nice to know that that there's hope. And I think that's the big thing, is like whatever you have to do to keep hope, even if it seems unrealistic, is probably the most important thing, other than like actual surviving, right? And making sure that you eat and that you that you do the things that help you maintain as being a human being. But yeah, there's a lot of resources online, lots of chat support groups and stuff too that doesn't cost money. So I would say, just try to find little baby steps that are going to be towards positivity, the things that are so easy that it's easy to guilt trip yourself into doing. Like I could wake up, and I do most days. I wake up and the first thing I do is I roll out and I do push-ups. And I don't do a lot. I do them until I get tired, but I just do push-ups. I feel embarrassed to talk about it. No, well, that wasn't the point, and I'm sorry if that's how you feel. I had zero intention on making you like not feel okay. It's more of just like trying to be helpful, and if that's not working, then we can move the conversation on. But yeah, I don't know what else to say. I feel nervous going to a gym because I'm skinny as fuck and I feel embarrassed. Same as me, chubby. Well, I think I understand, but I think that's ridiculous, because how many people with the same insecurities, whether it's warranted or not, go to the gym to fix the same, for the same goals, right? Everybody that's in the gym at that moment in time with you is trying to better themselves. And that's when you go into the gym, if and when you go into the gym, that's how it should be. It's not about comparing yourself to other people that are ripped or whatever. It's about coming in and bettering yourself than when you first walked through the door. I didn't mean it in a rude way, just meaning I wouldn't go find help here. It just kind of started. Yeah, I understand. But I would still, encourage you to go find help if you're not feeling okay. Yeah, but people kind of make fun of you if you try to work out, like give you weird looks. I mean, is that a perception that you have? Or is that something that's actually happened? And then there's also a matter of who gives a shit. Like, not to be rude, but who gives a fuck? You're working on something. You're cultivating. It's the same thing as people sending in tracks for, it's the same thing as you guys sending in your work in progress to get roasted. And pretty much fuck what they think. It's about improving your life and possibly extending your lifespan. Is feeling embarrassed sometimes an indicator for going out of your comfort zone, which is a win? It can be. It depends on how you look at it, But hey, good morning, Losh. Long time no see. I started with some basic home equipment, and when I got an exercise bug, I started going to the gym. Yeah, you can just buy stuff off Amazon and work out from home. Sorry for asking on a topic, but does FabFilter give discounts? Yeah, during the summer, they always give a 25% discount. And I think they also do something for Black Friday, but they never give more than a 25% discount unless if you're a student. That opinion means exactly nothing in comparison to your reasons to work out. Yeah, I agree with that too. Hi, Al. Good to see you too, homie. After I did go a few times, the feeling went away, but going back after more than a year felt really weird. They do student discounts too. I did just say that, but it's always good to reaffirm. Something that I ironically work out for me is that nobody thinks about you. Yeah, if anything, I feel like I'm ignored more than anything. I feel like people aren't watching. I'm too slow typing. It's fine. Paranoia kills me sometimes. The main reason why I don't go to the gym now, even though I really want to go. I got the whole bundle for $20 during Christmas sale. The whole FabFilter bundle for $20. I don't know if I believe that. You might want to add some zeros to that, because I don't believe it. From a pirate, maybe. I think I paid $200 each for that of the three I got. Even $200 would be too little. Yeah. To To be honest though, like the only piece of equipment that I would say that you like for anybody that you should get if you want to work out from home is a kettlebell. I feel like a lot of people start working out without concrete goals, trying to reach a certain way and hoping that look that way and make them better, and they give up when they don't. Exactly. Like there's a big component to organization and having like pure goals, and it's not goals of achieving results. It's the goal of like dedicating. This fucking cord. Did I just knock that off? I did. Rip. From a retailer. Hold on one sec, guys. Everything's going to shit. Hold on a sec. Okay. Webcam needs a break. It's hot as hell. Hold on one sec, guys. Shut the fuck up. Oh, okay. What's going on here? Okay, sorry about that. Okay, we're back. Maybe they're going out of business, the retailer. Time to wake up, Alckemy. I do have to go in an hour because I got to go get my car fixed. Device scan completed. We found no vulnerabilities and you're good to go. What the fuck is this device scanning shit? Anyways. Putasto. I don't want to die just because I cared about what people think of my fat ass working out, being healthy above everything. Oh, hell nah. I hate that alarm. Well, I am awake, so there's that. Oh, hell no. Yeah, I think self-love and figuring out ways to love yourself is really fucking like I'm so like pro mental health, and if not, forget them. I would use a different word, but I understand and I don't disagree. Fuck them. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, but you know, all these things are really easy to say. It's like no matter what, like you have to believe it for yourself in order to kind of make those decisions. But at the same time, I don't think that there's anything wrong with, you know, promoting positivity, right? Because that's what I think any person that cares would do. Does anybody have any sound design questions? Can we move on? Or I guess if you guys have fitness questions too, then I'm happy with that. I'm happy to answer if you guys have anything like that. I struggle with that sometimes too, and I just have to tell myself again and again, the one who's caring, the most right now is me, right? And I'll say this, you, as in you, an individual, are the only person that you have to live with for the rest of your life. So you might as well learn to love yourself, learn to like yourself, and learn to forgive yourself if there are things that are holding you. Because you can't get away from you. Do you think people underestimate the mono stereo band editing of EQs? Changes the whole sound? Maybe. Some quick tips for fat neuro basses. Distort, filter, distort, filter. If you could only use 2 effects to build a neuro bass, distortion and filtering. Assuming that Bitwig beta stops being a jerk to me. We made this sound today. not this one. We did make that one today. Oh my god, fuck, dude, please. God damn it. Alright, hold on one sec, guys. Fuck. At least being fair with yourself. What sound card do you use? You mean like what interface? I'm using a cheap-ass M audio interface. Thoughts on the reactor forum? Best neuro-based synthesizer, IMO. I think Faceplan is the best neuro synthesizer, IMO, IMO. Or I know. INO, because I know. So, yeah. So this is the sound by itself. Any outboard gear? Yeah, the interface is just the M audio, but not, it doesn't go into like a anything else beyond that. Hold on, let me catch up with chat. Get the feeling, fellow skinny guy, but that's just what they are. Feeling is not always reality. Yeah, so just because you feel something doesn't make it true. That's a really excellent point, but that doesn't mean it's bad. But pretty much anything coming out of it sounds like form. Yeah, form is very form. So if I were to turn this other stuff off, other than like the compressor and dynamics and stuff, then we have this sound. Sorry. And if you take a look at this, it's just a sine wave with a little bit of FM and a modulating distortion and a filter. And if you were to turn this on, this is what you get. So all of that is just a sine wave, a touch of noise, saturation, notch filtering, hard clipping, notch filtering, followed by compression and limiting. So if you want a fat ass sound, then you need to have just a slightly chunky waveform and distort, filter, distort, filter. And then when you start to add the other stuff, then it only makes it better. No, I would highly recommend against headphones if you don't have to. That's the fastest way to give your ass tinnitus. JBLs would not work without an interface. Well, I guess no, that's not true. You could get a splitter that goes from a 3.5 millimeter to a 1/4 jack, but I don't know if it's going to be strong enough to power the signal. FM8 Supremacy Squad, anyone? Tonight is Gang Rise Up. Yeah, no headphones if possible. Use monitors at a low level. Probably the one synth I never got into from the golden era of synths. What are your monitors? JBL 305s? Oh man, you probably just missed Complete Classic sale. Been messing with the demo for a couple days and I adore it and waiting for a Black Friday sale. I'm still in denial. Denial for what? In my opinion, I think that Faceplan is the best synth for doing anything neuro or glitch related. What I just did, you cannot do really in any other synth on its own. Anyone excited for anything to be on sale for Black Friday? No. Not that I can think of. I was suffering from tinnitus. I'm sorry. That shit sucks. Although to be fair, Faceplan would be the ultimate synth for me for everything. +1. Mastering, sound design plugin, then having plugins. I think that's up till the 30th, but I found $75 standalone sales. Maybe Infiltrator or some FabFilter stuff. I've been enjoying Pigments the past week. Thing is pretty powerful. Yeah, it's got a really cool sequencer in it. I have a little piece of tape near the dial for my headphones, my auto interface, to remind me of where the ouch zone is. That's really smart. Literally only just got Silent like 3 months ago. Dang. I hope you enjoy it. I mean, that's a super iconic synth. Good question. Not really excited, but considering some stuff. Hey, Bailey, long time no see. Yeah, there's nothing for me in particular. I think what I want the most is just for the synths and the software that I have to just update. I think like you come to a point where you have so much shit that you're just like, I don't need anything else. At least that's how I feel. I'm like, I have all of the tools that I need to make good music. I just need to fucking make good music. I think Infected Mushroom plugins are having a sale. The kilohearts update is something I'm super excited for. Yeah, I don't know when that's coming out, but I'm really excited for it. I'm hoping that happens soon. I did make a big purchase though. I bought a GoPro 10, but that's because I plan on doing more tricking stuff when I move back to Vegas, and I need to make a new demo reel full of recent flips and things, and the GoPro was a really fun investment, and I can use it as a webcam. All synths started to be the same with different number of X and Y and quirky skin. Yep, Alckemy, you just said exactly how I feel. I got all the tools, just need to make, good music. I feel like I haven't used 80% of the stuff I have. Me neither, especially if you own like Complete Ultimate, like Jesus, like, man, there's just so much fucking content to sift through. And a lot of it is not useful. Side note, Bitwig liked the review that I sent them. So, yay. Thanks Mia, if you come in and you're watching this stream. Thanks for watching that. I feel like I can kind of happily say I use a lot of the stuff I bought. That's great. I just really want Pro Q and Pro L. I think Pro Q is probably one of the best investments that I made as far as music. It has done so many things for me, and I literally use it on everything. That is the one thing that I use on every single track. I do think that there are some better limiters out there, but I don't think that Pro L is bad by any means. I just got Complete Standard mainly for the guitar rig and the effects. Guitar rig is so fun, man. There's a lot of really cool shit in that. Waves Platinum Bundle, dude, I am on a boycott from Waves. If you like it, that's totally fine, but I am super anti-Waves. I'm considering getting Sonox Claro. Doesn't have the dynamic branch, but I hope that adds to the best working gain compensation I've ever come across. I don't even know what I'd have to think about that. What is that? There's a plugin called Autogun from FL, and it's exactly 7,296 presets. That's a lot. I want more instrument contact libraries. See, that's something that I could always welcome. You know, like I really want like a harp. That's something that I would love. Why? And Waves, they seem like alright plugins to me. Their business models suck. That's the problem that I have. Buffering 320p and speed test says I have 93 megabits down. Sorry, Django. I don't know. It's not me though. I'm not dropping. I haven't dropped any frames the entire 6 hours that I've been streaming. I lost 2 plugins, said I had to buy a new license for them. Exactly, chicken. That was my experience as well. I stopped using it as it was so clunky, and everything I go after was better than doing the same job for less than half the price. Oh, Claire's an EQ. I only heard you mentioning the Eventide as a really good limiter. Yeah, Dash was saying that the Eventide one, no, I don't think he was talking about the Eventide one. There was another one, the Oxford one, was both a clipper and a limiter, and he was saying that was a really good one. They don't care about customers. They just have a few, like in Windows. Yeah, so there's some great sounding limiters. Pro 2 is my go-to. However, I also have ADM Invisible limiter, and that one is pretty good. to as mastering limiter. It's pretty perfect, but Claro's gain compensation is so natural and immediate. Yeah, I learned about waves the hard way to buy something full price and almost immediately seeing that it was 80% off. I had old Waves plugins and they want me to rebuy. Haha, not yeah. So I hate that you all had the same experience that I did, but I agree. Sonox inflator, maybe, I don't know. Soft tube saturation plugin verification system is so shit. I literally pirated the plugins and I bought. I couldn't activate a single one because you have to get 2 programs to activate it and they didn't work. Yeah, that's terrible. And like, I understand and I do sympathize with the anti-piracy measures and stuff, but like sometimes they're so extreme that it's just like, no, I'm not even going to use your product because I can't even fucking log into this thing that won't recognize my email. Though I do really like the mixing stuff. I've got Ozone 7. I don't know if it's compatible with Mac yet or not, but I could never get it to work. But for me, like with mastering stuff, I feel like everything should just go in the pre-master and then your limiter should be like the only thing that you have on your actual master. And I say pre-master, but I mean like your group tracks. I had to learn that one the hard way. I was like, what the fuck is a pre-master? Wave Central Keck W. Yeah. Yeah, our plugins are always on sale and they're cheap, but in 6 months you better purchase it again. It's like, wait, what? The fuck you mean? The fuck you mean? Pre-master is the final mix you send to a mastering engineer. No, I'm talking about like on your like in your actual project though. There's a pre-master, which is a group thing. So I would imagine that maybe those are used interchangeably, but that's what I've come to understand it as. Just love trash too. Yeah, and that's the thing too, is I will say that I completely forgot about Waves 2. Good. We can all forget them. Sonox Suppressor HR was the main reason I got the bundle. I used it for making wild, gritty bassline sounds almost smooth, but still retained their rough attributes underneath the polished exterior. Still got H delay, but honestly haven't opened it in over a year. You probably have to update it. You probably have to buy it again just to be able to open the plugin. I hate subscription services don't own the full thing. Yeah, like at least let us own, like, you know, at least let us own the iteration of it, and don't make it so that way if an update comes out, you have to update in order to be able to use it. That's just stupid. That's the same thing as a subscription model, right? I have C4 API 2500 and HComp, and I use them a lot, but HComp I got for free by de-essing compressing the 5K-7 area. I mean, you could probably just use a pretty warm or pretty subtle de-esser too, though, right? I'm actually, the latest plugin that I actually have is a de-esser that the company sent to me, and it's actually really good. I think that, I hope that my audio quality is pretty decent, but it's, I can't remember what it's called because it's really late. The TDSer. This thing is actually really nice, and I actually really enjoy it. I did a review on it, and I think that it does a really good job, especially for me. Like, the anatomy of my teeth is very sibilant, so I think that it does a good job of controlling all of my annoying sounds that I make. Same with Adobe products. I like Splice's rent to own. Only $4 left for Portal and $80 for Serum. Getting there, man. I was almost forcing you to a subscription model by keeping your purchase plugins up to date. How does it compare to Pro DS? Man, I don't know because I've never used it. Get out of here. But they do have a demo, so there's that. I saw the vid, yeah, it reminded me of when I used the Sonox stuff back in the day. Back in the day, I used a Sonox thingy that did the Sonox thing. Yeah. I hate Adobe stuff and their authentication. Right. You know what you can buy? Final Cut. You know what you can buy? Apple Motion. You know how much Apple Motion is? $50. And actually, Apple Motion is like incredible for making visualizations or visualizers. If my Wave stuff goes away, I ain't spending any more money on that. Yeah, fuck that shit. In my case, you spent over $2,000 on Wave stuff. I hope you like it. Yeah, and it's not to say that, like, the thing is, too, that's really, I think, the most disappointing. Oh, you spent over $2,000 on Apple Motion? Because I don't have a Mac. Okay, I was like, what? The thing with Waves is that, like, their plugins aren't actually bad. It's just that their model is just abysmal. And as a customer, like, that's a terrible service. Or sorry, a terrible business practice, rather, is what I should have said. Okay, never mind. The joke was I don't own a Mac. I got it. Eventually. But, you know, if a new Apple product comes out, they don't just brick your system either. It feels like everything is a subscription service these days. Y'all see how you can pay Domino's Pizza in installments now? I will gladly pay you next Tuesday for a pizza today. It'd be that way. And I think that, to be honest though, like, I think that it's just a trend and I wouldn't put too much thought into it. But I highly think that it's going to be something that's going to pass. I just think that, you know, with subscriptions or something that's kind of just like a fad that people are getting really into. But I don't think that the actual efficacy of it is going to hold weight. Apple systems brick themselves. I did have one issue in my lifetime of owning a Mac. But other than that, I would say that Apple is probably the most stable operating system that you can get your hands on. Linux. Maybe. I mean, the best subscription is kilohearts stuff. Coupons eventually buy the whole thing, but they give you a lot of stuff that's $10 a month. I agree. Mac products are stupidly overpriced. You can literally build one out of a rig. Yeah, you're right, but the thing with it is that the hardware is incredibly efficient. And to be honest, I think that the idea of Mac stuff being overpriced is kind of a thing of the past, at least as far as computers, because yeah, the new M1s and the M1 Pros and the M1 Maxes are fucking putting most of your beloved Windows computers to shame. I'm sorry. It's just what's happening. I mean, the physical build quality and the lack of ability to maintain them. I have a 2015 Mac, still runs great after 5 years of school and a year of work from home. I subscribed to AutoTune tonight, been listening to you through all the plugins, testing them out. Oh, that's really cool. Really smart. Hope you find something you like. Agreed. It's painless for a lot of people, myself included, but I was a PC fanboy all the way up until the M1 came out. Hi, Braxton. Good morning. Yeah, the M1s are really solid computers, and I've had a couple of issues with their software, but for the most part, I'm very happy with the performance side of things. It did used to be a lot worse. Yeah, I agree. Oi, oi. Hey, Resonates. Good morning. 2013 was a really bad MacBook. I don't think a Mac can even stand up to a TX 3D90 Threadripper. 128 gig PC only costs $3,000. Apple Display costs $5,000 alone. Flame, my challenge to you is to go look up the M1 Pro Max. Their GPU, they have a 32 core GPU. I want to get a Mac eventually, but now PC just makes sense. I think if you're going to invest in something, go Linux. If money is the issue, I would go Linux. But TLDR, the M1 Max is fucking smash on the 3090s. And keep in mind that it's a laptop. The main thing I hate about subscription is when they remove the buy outright option completely. Right, like your only option to use it is that you have to subscribe to it as opposed to being able to outright purchase it. I totally agree with that, and that drives me insane. It's so stupid. $10,496 CUDA cores. That's how much RTX 3090 got. Are you talking about an NVIDIA? Are we talking about the same thing? Have you ever used Linux? No, but Linux is like the new Apple, like from way back in the day. Not new, but I feel like Linux has become like the old school Apple. Unrelated, since Artifacts is also, I want to say you two helped me get unstuck with synthesis recently by showing me where certain sounds start and then having a long creative processing phase. That's awesome, man. Artifacts has been around way longer than me. And there's a lot of stuff that I learned from him when I was first learning sound design, to be honest, because that's when he was probably like the most active with doing tutorials. Hey, Dr. Alckemy, hope you're doing well. Any suggestions for plugins to keep an eye on during Black Friday sales? Kilohearts? Yeah, would definitely say do kilohearts. If you don't have it, that's to me like the best thing for sound design that you can get your hands on right now. Artifacts the gangster. But you guys seem to think like, let's start with a Reese or a sine compression bass or something in. Well, yeah, I mean, that's really every sound, right? Is every sound starts with the store. Every sound starts with the source. And that's the important thing to understand. And then really when it comes to processing, it's just a matter of like, well, what sound family do you want it to become? Artifacts, beatboxing, OG vids. The main thing for me with the Mac is the power / performance and battery life performance. For laptops, at least, there isn't a PC that matches the M1. Yeah, 20 hours is kind of insane. Are the kings of neuro-based tutorial for me? Well, I mean, thank you, but there's a lot of people with a lot of really good information out there that are before my time anyways. Like there's a lot of really quality stuff that while people aren't maybe necessarily like as consistent, still like create really good stuff, and those people deserve just as much credit, right? Many cool underground plugins aren't compatible with Mac OS though. Artifacts was my introduction to Discord. I mean, Mac is OS, UENIX, similar system. Okay. What do you do where you need all that power? Dude, Bucksnot is OP. Artifacts was the introduction to FMA for me and still reference the old tutorial even now. Also, don't overcomplicate things. Sometimes when making bass lines, less is more depending on the sound you're making. Sometimes low pass bass with tiny bit of filter movement is all you need. Yeah, literally I have made songs where I just have a sine wave. Like that was my base. It was literally just a sine wave. And also my inspiration to try to make neurofunk. Same, but I suck at it. Did I say hi to everybody? Hello everybody. If I hadn't said hey yet. Proto, I think that for the most part, like I would say yeah, kiloheart stuff, but for me personally, like I don't really have anything on my wish list. If you want to take a look at my plugins and see if there's anything that looks interesting to you or is something that you want to ask about, that's totally fine. Comparing graphics card to processor, not a good comparison. I'm going to let that go because I want to move on from the Mac versus PC deal. My philosophy is to try to do something unorthodox and have a happy accident, but the trick to it is how to make happy accidents occur. That's why using simple plugins can help you not overcomplicate it at all. Yeah, I agree. Because of the ecosystem, Apple OS runs more efficient on less powerful hardware. It's catered towards the hardware of their devices, but if something goes wrong with Apple, it goes pretty bad, if I remember correctly. Yeah, because Apple has to be the ones to fix it. I want to get the complete bundle too, but it's not a need by any means. Yeah, I think there's a lot of stuff to like in the complete bundle. My best purchases recently are totally Output, Portal, and Thermal. I really like Portal. I don't personally care for Thermal. It probably sounds really good, but unless if they were to make a wavetable editor or like something where you can import your own distortion like modes or something, then I don't care for it. Has anyone come across tutorials on Neuro drums like Black Sun Empire? I'm desperately trying to get drums to slam that hard. Resonates, have you watched my tutorials on drums? We can probably do some drum tutorials. I've got 30 minutes. Do you want to do some sick drums? I'll teach you how to make a slapper kick and a slapper snare. Also, Rift is pretty cool as distortion for over a year now, and it's really good for atmospheres. There's a motto that my chat and I have come up with drums and kicks and stuff. It's called clip it and limit. So I'm not going to make the textured kick that I usually do. I'm just going to do kick, like just make a kick. But you start with just a sine wave. That's all this is. Find some high-end layer. I love Black Sun Empire. The sound designers that made Rift worked on Portal, at least one of them. Thermal is meh compared to Portal. Well, if he likes it though, that's what's important, right? Like, you know, that's what matters. Yeah, kick 2 if you don't have it. No, I've missed that, but we'll definitely go pick up and scan your channel. Thanks, man. Yeah, I have a drum tutorial playlist. So, okay, so source, distortion, EQ, I'm actually going to dip the fundamental a bit, and I'm going to dip this a little bit too. Duplicate it. Transient shape. You want your, if you're doing drum and bass, you want your kick to be hella short. I actually overdid that. Maybe like 10% at the most. This is really, really extreme. So then you want to do a glue compressor. Compress it. This is already really big, but clip it. And then limit. Like most D&B kicks are about a 16th in length. Yeah, they do want to be really short. Really short. And there you go. There's a big ass kick. If it's too chonky, then you can take out some of the mids. So you can also remove some of the low end if you want it to be kind of like more clicky. G-Clip is a free plugin. It's just G-Clip. But yeah, it doesn't seem like much as you go, but if I were to pull this off, so this is without the processing, and this is with the processing. So I know this definitely isn't your style, but your best person to sound. Any tips for maybe plans for a video? Let me talk about a snare really quick, and then we'll talk about that next. So snares are the same thing. I don't know what Frenchcore is, but I'll try to do like a harder kick here in just a second. So the thing with making snares, if you're synthesizing them, is the same deal. Like, we're going to kick design video that goes over why you don't really need to layer, and thus you actually have one from a long time ago, I think, don't you? To where like you don't have to layer. So making snares is the same deal. It's just that you want the pitch bend to be more so like this, so that way it's a little bit more tomish. And you can use that as a transient. Just make it shorter. And then maybe find another thing. Yeah, it does have one. It's one of the reasons why I stopped layering. I'm pretty sure that it was on Addictive Drums, I want to say. New stuff. Okay. Yeah, add a fade to that. Okay, so pretty much with that, oh, wait, what? You pretty much just need to have something that has white noise, and then you need to have something that has like a little bit of a fundamental, kind of like that. So I'm actually going to adjust this as well, because this is too long. It needs to be shorter. But there we go. It's still a little bit too punch or too tomish, but it's okay. It'll still come out decent. Okay, so the next piece of deal, shout out to DMTR for teaching me this trick, is you want to grab yourself a frequency shifter, grab yourself an EQ. And here is the trick, guys, for this one in particular. Don't figure out what fundamental this is. Pick whatever fundamental you want. So let's say you want this to be like G sharp. So we're going to pick this one. Well, we're going to adjust this to pretty much anything. And then we're going to force this fundamental. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to high pass this like that. And then I'm going to create this here and make this dynamic. I'm going to boost this just a bit, tame this just a bit. Not with that one though. Let's duplicate that. Is Kick 2 a sampler? Yes and no. It's a sine wave generator that has up to 3 different, is subgenre hardcore techno. Kick really has 3 stages, which is layers, but distinctive stages. Kick's pitch envelope is where it changes the rate, modulate, changes the pitch. Transient control, or transient shaper. A little bit of smack, a little less transient here. Same thing. Glue compression. And we're going to shape it here in just a second. I'm just going to do all of this stuff that I just did because it's pretty much a very similar process to what I just showed you. And then we're going to clip it. And then we're going to limit. Okay, so this is pretty much just for you to get your fundamental, right? And this is something that you can use for layering, or this is something that you can use under other stuff. But when you start to go into the idea of talking about how to like give it more texture, then you can use a vocoder. You can also use convolution reverb or a combination of both. So if you take a listen to this and set this to 100% mix, you can use that as white noise. And then you can take out the low end, and I would do it with an EQ as opposed to doing it here. And then if you want to give it like some humanistic stuff, then you can add in a convolution reverb in between. Small. Fuck you. Hardcore is how the French would say it. Don't make fun of accents. Theater stage. Just work that's like your... Okay, fine. Extra tone is pretty good. Anyways, gotta go. Time for the bike ride. Okay, man. Thanks for coming in. Appreciate it. Everybody go subscribe to Artifacts. He's the OG of YouTube. Okay, so for whatever reason, like if the actual thing needs to be longer, then you can just use white noise. And this is strictly from the perspective of synthesizing from scratch, right? And something else that you can do too is like this is pretty high, so you've got a little bit of layer on that. If you want it to be longer, kind of in that way, then you can control that with the thingy. Super big and punchy. If you need more high end and need more crispiness, then you can use an OTT before the glue. I have this problem with changing the key of my song way too much. Any help on that? Write atonal music. Or write the musical narrative first and then supply the rest of it. So you want some really punchy shit. That's where we started. And this is where we ended. So big snare. So it doesn't have to be as you know, reverberated and stuff as that. You can still, you know, take all that stuff off, or you can pull back on the vocoder if you want. So that's also a great way to do it too. If you just want a big ass snare. which this is also arguably kind of long, but that's why I did that, just to show you the variation. So you can definitely do something like that. And then if you want to shift it, then you can grab another frequency shifter and adjust that. And then if you're trying to make it kind of more like, you know, techie in that way, then you can come back to this and adjust this. Oh, sorry, adjust this. So yeah, if you're trying to make like acoustic stuff, then I would use something like Addictive Drums instead of Kick 2 or a sample. So I can just delete this and then go find a snare. That'll actually work. And it still applies. It's just that the problem is that it's a little long, so you want to make it a little bit shorter. Hey, SC7, welcome. If you want it to be mono. But if you were to listen to this without that, without this stuff, versus... So, I mean, really it's just a matter of compression, EQ, and distortion, and following a mix on that. I'm running this back later. What a difference. I would say keep the window open, because when the stream ends, it's going to go into the vault for the members. But actually, instead of even doing that, just go back and look at the tutorials that I have. It's called How to Make Your Kicks Knock, and then How to Make Your Snares Schmeck. But it's pretty much the same process as I just showed you, minus the vocoders. I don't know if you saw my other comment, but for techie drums, put an aggressive gate over the finished drum sequence to give it really uniform staccato sound. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of ways to do that. Like when you're talking about wanting to do like drum and bass and stuff, then you typically want to have really short transients anyways. So you can either use a gate, you can use a transient shaper if you want, and make it like really short, and then reduce the time it takes for that to activate, versus yeah, big difference. You can kind of do that, or you can just reduce. What I usually do is, instead of having all this shit on here, I just go like this and hit J, and then I just use that to adjust it, so that way I don't have to use any external effects. Because once this is done, I can just hit this and deactivate all this and put it in like a recycle bin. So that way I can come back to it later if I want to make a variation or something, or like throw a different snare in there. But now that I have that, I can literally just adjust this, and then it's good to go. I don't know, I guess it has to kind of do a nightcore or something. I love realizing I don't have to figure out a key change or something, a whole ass new song idea for it. Well, Soul Steel. Yo, Puny, thank you so much. I really appreciate the sub. You didn't have to do that. Alright, so... I just realized my subscription expired. That's okay. Alright, so I'm going to use an LFO as a one-shot, and the reason why is because you kind of want to have something that's still in the same mindset of having a shifter in this way. So you can kind of do stuff like this in order to use this as your pitch bend for your kick. That actually worked surprisingly well. So really, like, the matter of this is distortion. So if you really want to make something, you know, right, And if you want to make something, if you want to have a kick that is more distorted, let's say for like nightcore or something, then what I would suggest is stacking distortion. Not to the point that it's a square, perhaps, but actually you might be able to get away with that if you start fucking with the bias. And what you can also do is you set this to unipolar. And then you want to start looking at either FMing or is the members vault on Patreon or something else? No, it's on YouTube. Okay, so now that you've got something like that, you want to start looking at creating a longer decay with a longer release. Let's grab a transient shaper. So I'm just doing that with sync, but if you have something that that you like that can do that, resonates, thank you. You don't have to though. I would say just watch the videos that I already have. So that kind of gives you that cool like rumbling sound that a lot of people like, and then you can just add a filter. And then what you want to do is maybe oh wait, I want this to be faster, sorry. So you can also add just a touch of reverb on this if you want. I would do this on multipass. Like just a bit though. And then what you can also do is add in just a touch of white noise if you want there to be like a harsher transient. And then of course you can't forget one of the most important things with making it kind of lasery, which is a disperser. And I might actually do this over the entire signal, we'll see. There you go. So from this point, I think that's pretty much shaping it. It's just a matter of continuing to pull. Yeah, now you just kind of want to EQ it. And what I would do is probably remove a lot of the mids. Yeah, I think that's what Uber was asking about, right? Wasn't that your request? Was like a hardstyle kick? Someone just subscribed. Thank you so much. Thanks, Dolan. Appreciate it. Yeah, all this shit in the middle. You don't really want that, I don't think. And then there's a resonant frequency somewhere in here. I can't really tell where it is, but it's like a ooh. You got me fist punching the air. It's fine. I'll just use a filter to find it. Future Doom wants to know your location. And then really it's just a matter of like shaping the FM to what you want it to be. You can also do mono reverb, might sound cool. I think I like the stereo a little bit better, to be honest. But you can also try just a touch of chorus as well if like maybe you don't want the space. So you can just try maybe a little bit of that. Now it's a tear out bass. Okay, now just one. There's another way. I'm pretty sure that there was another thing that I did for a hardstyle kit, because there's kind of like this oscillation of like a type thing that you get on a kick, and I need to think about it for a second because I don't remember what effect that was, or what sound design trick that was rather. Hold on, give me a sec. Is it the same as the techno? It might be. Well, to be fair, dubstep is inspiration from hardstyle. Oh shit, I gotta go soon. I got like 15 minutes, but I'm gonna work on this until we figure it out. That one's actually really nice. Peaky high end? Well, that would just be a matter of adding more noise. And taking the filter off. Have a pitch modulated distorted sine wave as the initial transient, and it sounds cool. This is a pitch modulated sine wave. That's all this is, pretty much. But there's that like kind of right type thing that's in some of that stuff. It probably has something to do with the stereo effect. Let me try some ensemble on this. That's actually really cool, but not what I'm looking for. Is it a ring mod? Trying to think of what else it could be. I don't remember. It could just be FM. Now that I think about it, that might be what it is. Yeah, okay. That's what it is. All right. So you want to set this to so that's kind of what helps get that kind of like nice thing. But what you can also do is grab another envelope that is a little bit longer, like this, and set that to shit, what happened? Set that to kind of have something of that nature, and then grab this envelope and do something like this. You too. I still don't know what FM really is. It's I'll explain that another time, but yeah, so hey gosh, Neuro GABA? What is GABA? Yeah, so that's probably how I would solve that problem. And then really, like, it's just a matter of like getting some kind of FM deal or whatever and listening to that. And GABA from the 90s and the origin of all kicks like this. Oh, this isn't my genre, so I don't know. Hey, Mako. Then you should have no problem with going full shining. GABA, Gabber House, hardcore style of music, Sine for life. So yeah, hopefully that was helpful. It's kind of just a matter of, you know, distorting a sine wave and making a giant pitch bend out of it that's really sharp, and that's how you kind of get that of like the brr. Sponsor me for praising your old ass plugin. That's funny. Can you do a synth sound design stream another time? Feels like there aren't many that for that synth stuff. I pretty much, well, I mean, every time I stream, I do sound design flame. I don't know if you knew that or not. You can subscribe to the channel if you want and look at all the VODs, but I've got like probably at least 1,000 hours of sound design stream on my channel. But yeah, I do have to run, guys. I'm going to brush my teeth and stuff because I got to go get my car fixed. Faceplant, everything, exactly. But thank you all so much. Thank you all so much for the donations. Thank you all so much for the memberships, for the support, for liking the video. It really melodic. Yeah, I'll take questions later at another point in time. But I do have to run because I got an appointment pretty soon. But much love to you all. Thank you so much for being here. I will be back on I guess later tonight after I sleep. But yeah, hit me up in the Discord if anybody needs anything. And thank you guys. Much love, everyone.